I'm Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of GSAF. I hope you guys have been enjoying yourself. All right, let's get the ball rolling with our first speaker of the day. Please welcome Amanda McLaurin, the CEO and founder of McLaurin & Co., a social media agency. She's going to speak on the topic, expanding your brand by utilizing the power of social media marketing. Make sure you take some notes because you're going to get some really good marketing tips from her. Welcome her to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. I am counting this the rally crew. You should all be very impressed with yourselves for being here this morning. I'm thrilled that you're here. Genuinely, thank you. It means a lot. I'm really excited about what we're going to get into today. How many of you have spent a little bit of time already this morning scrolling on any social media platform? Okay, good. We got some hands. How many of you did so intentionally? So when you opened the app, you had, scared myself there. You opened the app, you knew what you wanted to do on the app, you knew who or what you wanted to connect with, you knew why you were there. How many of you did the intentional scroll this morning? Oh, we got hands, okay. And on the other side, were there any of you that all of a sudden found yourself in an app, but you couldn't exactly say why you were there? Yes, it happens too. We might even be some of those same hands. One of the things we really focus on in our social media agency and in our community of Keep Social Media Social is really a mindful usage of social media. And when we've got access to such a powerful tool, and frankly, something that sometimes people treat as a weapon in our pockets, it is really important to be mindful about the way that we use that tool. I've been over in the MARSUM conference all week long. That's the Marketing and Advertising Conference. And one of the big things that's really come up in a lot of our sessions is ethics in marketing and values in marketing. And when we use social media, especially as brands, especially as businesses, we yield incredible power in our hands, and it is so important that we yield that power wisely. So today, I am going to talk about the PPP, which is a huge blessing, but it was not that PPP. What I want to talk about are people, the planet, and profit. Because a lot of times we can have all of these great ideas for social media, but if we don't put them into a framework that we can consistently come back to and remember, a lot of times implementation doesn't happen. So this is the framework that we're really going to go over today. And my theory is that people plus planet equals profit. And when we use that to guide our social media strategy, really what we can do is lead with the why of we are here. We can lead with our values. We can lead with our ethics. And I've already met a few of you just briefly today, and I've met a few other people just as we were all socializing, out there at lunch and whatnot. And I gotta tell you, I'm so thrilled about this panel and about the whole Prism event system for bringing together people in their industry who genuinely care about what they are doing in business. They genuinely care about people, and they genuinely care about the planet. So I've already seen that that's present. Now let's figure out, how do we take that value system that already exists in every single one of us and bring that to social media? Let's start with the people. So keeping social media social is, that's what our company's mission was founded on. This started back in 2016 for us, because 2016 for us was that place where for the first time I saw social media really break its contract with me. Because when I signed up to be on social media, I was 11 years old. I wanted to make friends, and I wanted to make deeper friends with people I may not be able to see in the real world. I wanted to connect with people. And around 2016, we saw a climate specifically in my experience here in the United States, that really started using social media as a weapon. It started going below the belt, and it really broke its contract with me and what I expected as a user showing up to use social media social. And so I thought, let's do better. So keeping social media social means that we remember that behind every profile photo, behind every tweet, there is a very real person. And that person has feelings, they have emotions, they have concerns, they have trauma, especially after this last year. And so when we show up as marketers, and when we show up as business owners, we show up as entrepreneurs. And for many of us who also might consider ourselves social media managers, when we show up online, we are saying yes to remembering that those people are people. And we are being mindful about how our brand, how our company, and how our industry is impacting people, first in our local community, then maybe in a broader country community, and then in our world. When we put people first and remember that people are people on social media, it actually has a huge impact on KPIs, which we'll be going into a little bit later. What my company has found after 5 years of being in business and running campaign after campaign after campaign is that when we lead with people, our engagement skyrockets. Then we've got the planet. More and more and more what we are seeing, and you've seen this even in other sessions, and you're going to continue to see this throughout today, is there is a very, very, very real connection between how consumers feel about your brand and about your company and how you are impacting the planet. And as we move forward in business and in food and in agriculture, to be the best in our industry, we need to be mindful of the impact that we're having. And I know so many people in this room already are people who are really wanting to make that positive impact. Cool, let's go spread that on social media. One of the things I wanted to call out is that this really does lead to profit. Here, we've got a couple of just interesting stats. One of the ones that I found was really interesting was that 44% of investors divest from companies with poor sustainability practices. And 72% of supplier companies said that climate change poses a risk to their operations, and that has an impact on business. And while we don't necessarily want to focus on some of the negative, what we want to do is really take what you guys are doing to positively support the planet and share that, because consumers absolutely love that. And there's a more and more and more growing trend to that being incredibly supported, not only on social media, but in the real world. So cool, Amanda, that's awesome. I get the concept. How do we do it? That's where we're going to spend the remainder of our time together this morning. Give me 1 second. Let's start with people. So how do we put this in practice? This really, this talk today is not a platform talk. What I mean by that is this could go across different platforms. Whether you're utilizing Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, Pinterest. There are different ways to take this concept and apply it across the different content types and the different platforms. So what I want you all thinking about today, because this is a great place to brainstorm, okay? My goal up here is to really get some things stimulating in you. And by the way, I am going to ask for someone to say something in just a few minutes, so this is your little heads up. When we think about people, we're really thinking about who we can highlight. So I want you all thinking about a person right now. I want you thinking about maybe someone in your organization, and it doesn't need to necessarily be an employee. Maybe it's a supplier. Maybe it's a contractor. Maybe it is a customer or supporter. Who has been an unsung hero in your community that has impacted your business? Think about that, and I'm going to give you some examples about how you can utilize this. So one way that you can really bring people into your social media strategy, can I have my slide up here really fast, is to recognize your workers and your producers. Really lead with people first on the social media platforms. You can talk about your founders, your history, or your heritage. What I've got up here on an example is the Sconza family. These are clients of ours. They're a confectionery chocolate company out of California. And they were started by their third They are third-generation immigrants, and they were started by Vincenzo Scanza, their grandfather, who came over from Italy with very little in his pocket, and he made it, and it was hard. I mean, those were the time, I just did a ton of historical research into the 30s and 40s because I felt called to that time period. But this was hard. This was not easy. And there is so many incredible stories in that. And so when we share that history, when we share that founding story, not only does that kind of show deep roots, but that also shows the perseverance. And does anyone follow the Facebook page? They also have Instagram too, Humans of New York. Okay, by the way, please write this down, Humans of New York. It's some of the best storytelling on social media, and they pull out these stories of people. And I think what is really, really beautiful is when we lead with stories, even stories like Vincenzo, we can take something like the concept of perseverance, the concept of entrepreneurship, and we can connect with our audience, an audience who we might not look like, an audience who we might not always sound like, but we can find these common threads that we can connect with through these stories. Now, the other thing here is you can highlight what you do to take care of your team and your employees. How many of you know what May was? May was kind of a big month in terms of monthly themes. Does anyone remember what we kind of focused on in May? Hint is in the title of your magazine, if you flip to the front page. May was Mental Health Month. Yeah, so that was pretty cool. Now, years past in social media, we would see marketers put up a little, what do we call a newsfeed post, put up a graphic and celebrate a holiday. That was neat, but we've gone deeper. One of the biggest trends in social media now is to celebrate a holiday, but go deeper and share how the company is actually living out what they are speaking about, not only through what's going on in the company on a day-to-day basis, but through company policy. So we've seen people lead with very real examples of what they do in their companies, bring that onto social media, and really just shine a light on how they take care of their people. And so many of you, I want you thinking about how that might look for your organization. And it's okay if you're small. If you've got 2 people, guess what? You've got 2 different people to shine a light on. You can still have great company policy when you've got 2 people. So think about what you want that to be and bring that to social. Now let me show you a few other examples here, okay? So this is Cabot cheese. And they are focused on best friends. This is a people, and even though this isn't a person, this cow is absolutely a character on this newsfeed now, which is interesting. In here, we've got Earl's Nursery. Earl's Nursery is a client of ours out of Oklahoma, Harrah's, near Oklahoma City. And the funny thing about this is, for years and years and years, no one knew Earl was a real person, because Earl is just under 90 years old now. He's owned Earl's for a long time. He passed it down to his grandsons, but Earl loved to work there, so they're a plant nursery. And Earl loved to work with the plants. But legitimately, in Oklahoma, they didn't know Earl was a real person. So one of the things that we've done in kind of bringing this business deeper onto social is introduce Earl as a character when we can. Transparently, he does not love to be on camera, so we have to work with our characters a little bit here. But bringing him onto the platform and celebrating him. And then over here, we've got another example of the Scanza family, and just reintroducing ourselves, which is something that we do on a frequent basis when we've done really great top-of-funnel marketing on social media. We've attracted new followers, new fans. We need to reintroduce the people behind the brand. So these are 3 examples of how to do this. I also want to show you one more. And again, we're going to go to Scanza for this next example too. We did a Father's Day giveaway on Father's Day, and one of the reasons we did this is on different holidays, there's a lot of energy on social media. Holidays are a phenomenal day to be on platform. Not so great if you love time off, but that's okay, that's part of the industry. But one of the reasons we did this is we really wanted to appreciate father figures. So when we're thinking about people on social media, we are leading with empathy. And when we lead with empathy, we are remembering that Father's Day is a hard day for some, and it is a very day of celebration and honor for others. So what we tried to do with this giveaway was really focus on father figures and give people a chance to share gratitude on social media on the day. And so, yes, we had great product placement. You know, this is great for the brand, this is great for marketing, but we made it all about people. And the comments we got, we did not boost. This was 100% organic. We got over 100 entries, and we got comments after comment after comment about truly why people were grateful for either their exact dad, their father figure, or a different father figure in their life. And so that was a really cool way to lead with people. Okay, I warned you guys that I really needed to talk to someone. Who has someone that they want to share about, an unsung hero, a person in their organization? I'm going to ask you the detailed questions. Don't worry, it's going to be like 3 questions. Cool? Yes, thank you. Okay. I don't know how this works exactly. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
So the person that comes to mind for me who's really the inspiration for my organization is my 69-year-old mom.
Yes.
She works with me. She slices, dice, cuts. She's my sous chef.
Yeah.
And she does it with so much excitement and enthusiasm every day. But no one knows that she's that person that really is my backbone. And I would love to just shout to the world, like, I couldn't do this without her.
Yes. Okay, what's her name?
Duranda.
Duranda. Thank you so much for sharing.
You're welcome.
You get a gift.
Oh, thank you.
And it's wine, just in case you need a
Does
hair of the
anyone have
dog.
a straw? Anyone? No. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. You said Duranda?
Duranda, yes.
Thank you.
Miss D is fine.
Miss D.
Miss D,
Okay,
yes.
so how much fun would it be, you guys, to really highlight a post? How cute would it be to get even just a good iPhone photo of Miss D in the kitchen being a sous chef, right? And say, you know, I don't know if you use y'all. I was just in Texas, and so like it's on my brain. But like everyone needs to meet Miss D. Miss D not only is my mother, but also is our sous chef here. She's been and this is the care she puts into her work. Please comment and say hello to Miss D. That's a phenomenal social media post because it introduces, it connects, it includes her name, which gives people something to connect with. And people want to engage in that. Do you know what I mean? If they said, like, if you've left a comment for Miss D, do you know what I mean? Like, people want to engage. So you've given them something to do that. Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate that. So now let's think about the planet, okay? So when we really think about the planet, there are a lot of different options for how we show up here. I think you guys have such a unique opportunity in the food and agriculture industry. You guys, I truly believe that what you are doing changes the world every single day, no matter how small you're doing. Again, after the research I've done on the 30s and 40s, I just think it is such an honor to provide food and to provide this ecosystem for the people on our planet. And when we can be good stewards of the people and the planet, I just think that is the most incredible job. And I genuinely appreciate everyone in here who thinks with that stewardship. But now, how do we take what we're doing and put that on social media? Now, the first thing is you can't just do it. Or excuse me, I'm sorry, you can't just say you're doing it. That's a bunch of bullshit. And let me tell you, right now, social media, big trend, social media does not like BS. Back in 2016, people were a little bit more open to it, but they can spot a fake 100 miles away. So the first thing here is you actually do need to be doing some good for the planet. And you need to be thinking about your core values. You need to be thinking about what you're doing as a part of your business strategy, then allowing that to come into your marketing and social media strategy. But let's say you've already have this. I mean, that's the assumption I'm making, is that somewhere in your core values of your business, you're thinking about this. So the first one is, well, discuss how you are managing and mitigating your environmental impact. That's awesome. People love to see that ownership. And there are so many positive ways that you can do that, and you can show that you're out in front of that. You could have a sustainability commitment that you make and you put in your HR handbook. You can share ways your employees and communities are being stewards. If you're truly in ag for your land, if you are in, we work with a lot of different rodeos, and they fall within the ag industry, they can share how they are taking care of their people, their animals, the land itself. And then you can share content of your company outside, really highlighting the places where your products are grown or raised or sourced. You can continue to bring the physical world into the digital world, which is great for engagement, by the way. Again, when we see what works across dozens of social media platforms, when we bring that in real life experience to the digital world, again, we see engagement skyrocket. This is an example here about Planet Oak. And they say, hiking is happier when the trails are clean. Our friends at Clean Trails are uniting volunteers to clean millions of pounds of trash from the trails across the country. So this is a collaboration. So there's opportunities to collaborate outside of your organization with another organization who has aligned values. And so look, happy earth, happy tree, happy camper, which is real cute. Like, that's some good social media content. Let's look at a few more examples. Over here, we've got Chipotle. This is a really creative example. Tap to see the impact the ingredients in this bowl can have on the planet. This is so incredibly social. So if you're on Instagram, when you tap it, you can see who's tagged in the photo. So they've used vocabulary and language that users on Instagram already understand. And look at this. So they've got organic land supported, soil health improved, blah, blah, blah. And this is really interesting just from a nerdy social media standpoint. They had to go set up all of those separate accounts in order to do this. So like, this is some deep strategy. So I really, really, really like this. But you could still do something more simple than this. Do you know what I mean? You could say swipe, and you could do a multi-post, right? About some of the different impacts that you have. Then we've got Better Planet. So hashtag Better Business means creating a company with strong values, which is why as a certified B Corp, we've embedded them into our business. So they just straight up have a values post, and it's about their B Corp. So if you are a certified B Corp, or if you have other awesome certifications or different things, that's something that you can lead with. Okay, this is where I'm going to need someone, again, to highlight your company. I want, in a few minutes, and I'm going to finish my examples, but in a few minutes, I'm going to ask for someone who's having an impact on the planet, and I'm going to ask one of the ways that you're having an impact on the planet, okay? So get ready. So then we'll go to the final example. We've got Trader Joe's here, and they're Trader Joe's focusing on a product, but these are not the frozen fudge bars of your childhood. Let us explain why that's a good thing. Oh my God, I love this. The E of explain, we have 5 E's in the Keeping Social Media Social kind of framework. One of our E's is the E of education. And so really using social media to educate your consumer. And they just straight up do, like they use this caption to explain why these fudge bars are good for you. And so I really, really love what they've done here, because this is just beautiful. That's a beautiful photo combined with a powerful caption, and you've got a great social media post there, really focusing ultimately on, and that is more a little bit about what's in there, but ultimately that does impact the planet, so it falls underneath that category. Okay. This one doesn't have wine in it, but it does have chocolate. So I'm bribing you. Who wants to talk about something they're doing for the planet? Yes, okay, we'll come up here. Okay, so please also, and I should have done this for you as well, ma'am, but will you tell us the name of your company or your organization? Yeah, let's start, because I want you to be able to say who you are and what you do.
My name is Sherelle Edie. I am the executive chef and franchise owner of Chefs for Seniors, LA South Bay.
Oh, that's amazing. Chefs for Seniors. Do you know how much we need to take care of the people in this country? You are doing the Lord's work. Like, oh, I'm sorry. That is so exciting. Okay, that's so exciting. Can you tell me, what do you do?
Sure. My name is Wayne Latomsky, and the company I work for is EcoGen.
Yes.
And we have an agricultural mineral that is focused on improving soil health,
Yes.
water use, and through the combination of both, capturing more carbon in the soil.
Yes. Okay, I could think of like 10 social media posts to make off of that, because you got to unpack that, right? Because to the average consumer, there's like a few words in there that get me excited: soil health, carbon, okay, cool. But you could unpack that into each of their own posts and really help educate. I love that. Thank you for participating. Please enjoy your chocolate. So you guys, thank you guys. This is where, again, when we really focus on this, when we really, really look at the people and the planet, we will lead to a better profit. Now, on social media, you cannot just go to measuring the profit. We are going to spend just 2 minutes here, and then I'm going to wrap up. I gave a lot of you a takeaway, a magazine. If you didn't get one, come find me afterwards, because I ran out, transparently, and I'm going to need to get your address and mail you one. Because these are physical print magazines, which is a crazy concept for a social media agency, but we did it. Social media is like farming. A lot of people might claim or think that there's overnight success on social media. That's truly just not the case. And if it does happen, a lot of times it's a fluke, or there's something sometimes unethical or dangerous going on if we've seen certain YouTube influencers who do things to get famous. Social media is much more like farming, where you are planting seeds, you are doing daily content, you are doing daily engagement, you are doing daily work with your community. And then what that is doing is creating a beautiful social network for your company. So the different KPIs we start to watch, especially when you're at the start and you're using social media and you're really getting into a good place, are reach, which are the different number of individuals you have reached, the impressions, the number of times your content has been seen by a group of individuals. Follower count, of course, that's just a good benchmark to be watching, and then your engagement rate. And I generally tell people that 0 to 3 months, you're really, and when I say 0 to 3 months, of really consistent strategic social, okay? Like, you know which platforms you're on, you know who you're talking to, you know why you're on those platforms, and you have a consistent content strategy that allows you to keep showing up. So 0 to 3 months, reach and impressions. 3 to 6 months, reach, impressions. Then you can start really kind of thinking about follower count. And then from 6 to 12 months, you're looking at follower count, engagement rate, and finally you're looking at some ROI because your seeds have planted and grown. So we could go into that a whole lot more. You have the takeaway. I would really encourage you to read the KPIs article. My name is Amanda McLernan. This has been my talk this morning. I've been really just grateful to be up here and speaking with you all. If you would like to contact me, we've got some of our handles up here. You can find me on Instagram at Amanda McLernan. The agency that I run is McLernan & Co. And then the mission, our reason for being up here, the reason for doing this, that's keep social media social. And we are looking for partners and collaborators. So if you've been really excited about this, I would love to connect. Thank you for having me this morning. Thank you so much for participating. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Amanda, for that presentation. Moving on to our next session, which gives you a sneak peek into future food experiences. 3D printed pizza, robot delivery services, and other innovations are already on their way to shape what we eat and how we eat. So, that leads us to our next presenter on this subject. I would like to invite Benjamin Packersnack, the President and CEO of Defiant Food Group and Aura P, to the stage. Welcome him.
Thanks, everybody, for taking the time in Vegas to come out and spend a little time to have a little chat. If you guys don't mind, there's so few of you here. If you could just stand up and move up to the front of the hall so I can spend some time and get a little bit more intimate with you, that would be fantastic. And nobody's going to attack you or touch you, make you feel uncomfortable or otherwise. Look, I was asked to come to Vegas to chat with you guys about a paradigm shift in the food industry. And I thought deeply about, do I talk about AI? Do I talk about new technologies, which I'll touch on a few? Do I talk about meaningful change in the food industry? And why? And that's really where I found myself, was that thinking about the idea that we're going through this evolution, revolution, transition in the way we think about food because we're more conscious of it. Some of that's exactly what the speaker before was talking about with social media. Some of that was the fact that we've become more knowledgeable just with the fact that we can get information, it's more readily available to us all. But at the end of the day, what's really transitioning is that we care more about our health because we're more conscious of it. We care more about the people that we interact with, and we're all trying to find meaning after a year of COVID-19. And so we're really searching for our purpose, right? And so this is more about, when we think about food and we think about the elements of both plant-based and animal-based foods, we really are trying to find meaning in what we put into our bodies and how we internalize that. And so when I think about that, I think about where did my purpose come from in life. And I can tell you saw a picture of my grandmother and my father that was up on the screen just earlier. And I can tell you that my grandmother is definitely by far the most meaningful person in my life. And she taught me meaning, she taught me love, she taught me how to have purpose in life and how to create change, okay? And she did that by just caring and nourishing and loving the people that were around her. And I'm gonna tell you guys a little story, and I might get a little choked up, but that's okay. My grandmother met my grandfather after a death march. The Nazis, my grandfather was both in Dachau and Auschwitz, and they death marched my grandfather into a little city in Lublin, Poland. And my grandmother happened to be in that city after she was released from a work labor camp, and they were all malnourished. And they were all meant to die and to starve to death. And the reason they wanted them to starve to death was because prior to World War II, the Jewish population, and many people were discriminated against, so I just don't want to make it about Jews, but the Jewish population in Germany was so successful in their ability to become doctors and become lawyers in the system that was existing. It was the freest place in the world for Jews. And because of that, they became the people that became most discriminated against. And we can see a lot of that in our society today here in the United States on how polarized we are. Even when it comes to food, we think about, is it plant-based, is it animal-based? We have food discrimination now. I mean, think about that. That's quite a thing. And what I'm concerned about is that we shouldn't discriminate about food. We should discriminate about things that don't nourish about food, right? We need to be nourished to be successful in life. That's a cute picture. And so what I think about often when I think about my grandmother is women in society that could have made tremendous change. And sometimes I think we didn't really listen to them. They nourished us, they fed us, they took care of us, they created the nuclear family for us, they challenged each and every one of us. How many of you out there would say that the person most influential in your life was your mother? How many? Mine was my grandmother, but my mother all the same. She took care of me on a daily basis. So I think the women in our lives are incredibly important. And when I look back at food and the development of food, I often find myself perplexed about how women seem to, no matter what culture you're in around the world, the women are the ones that are actually feeding us in our families, right? They're the ones that take care of us on a daily basis. They're the ones that determine what we put into our mouths as a young child. They nourished us from the time we came out of the womb. But very often when it comes to the meat industry and the food industry all alike, we find ourselves getting direction mostly from men. I've sat around the table with a lot of men that sit and take the position that if we just put a little more filler into this product, we would make a little bit more money. We would be a little bit more profitable, okay? And they do it with joy in their hearts when they cheat us out of what we put into our bodies. And I want to change that system, okay? And I think that part of that change is bringing women into the fold to be able to continue to drive us into the future, right? And so we're at a crossroads. People are waking up on a daily basis. 2/3 of people are now actually reading the ingredient statements after COVID-19. I have CEOs throughout the industry that call all the time and say, hey, I can't get labor for my restaurants anymore because nobody wants to touch raw chicken. We're in a crossroads. We're in a point in time in history where we can make a decision about how we nourish ourselves and what food we put into our body that could not only change our bodies and how we feel about ourselves and make us spiritually more aware, but we also are at a point in time where if we make these changes, we'll create profits in the industry like no other. It can completely revolutionize exactly who and what we are, not only as a nation, but as a world. And the globalization of food and our ability to approach it from a kind of a sustainable approach from when we raise a chicken, when we raise an animal, to when we raise the crops that we grow. If we take the right approach to sustainably doing that, we can actually sustain life, and we actually will reduce the chance of having war because we will not be impoverished. And so I'll step back for a second and kind of read into my speech a little bit, but I just wanted to open up with that. I think that at this crossroads, it's important that we become a little bit defiant. What do I mean by defiant? We have to ask a lot of questions of ourselves. We can't accept doing things the way it's always been done. We have to think about, is it proper to grow a chicken in a chicken house without an obstacle course, right? Shouldn't chickens have obstacle courses in their houses so they can enjoy themselves? Why shouldn't they? We know those chickens come to the house and when they get to the slaughterhouse, they actually get processed and their bodies are actually healthier when they have an obstacle course. Purdue Farms is putting obstacle courses in all of their houses. Why shouldn't Tyson? Why shouldn't Sanderson Farms? Why shouldn't Foster Farms? I want an obstacle course in my house, so I'm going to go get one. I think that our perspectives on food need to start with sustainability to the environment. And we talk about that often, that we believe that the environment's incredibly important, but then we make choices that often aren't conscious of that. I think that our future is going to be determined by becoming more conscious of what our decisions are when we pay the bill at a restaurant or we pay the bill in a grocery store. And you can see that we're flourishing in the sustainable area, but I think it's going to become more so as time goes on. I want to talk a little bit about women a little bit further, and I wanted to say over the past 100 years, there's been a number of women who have made significant discoveries and have impacted and nourished the world. They've approached science with a bit of defiance, questioning the status quo to make discoveries that have profoundly changed the way we eat. These women, watch the video, I guess, if it comes on.
Ellen Swallow Richards, born 1842, was an American chemist and founder of the home economics movement, which applied scientific principles to the household. She was the first woman admitted to MIT, talk about defiant, and a researcher there for almost 40 years. She encouraged women to enter the sciences and published several books. Her first book, The Chemistry of Cooking and Cleaning, addressed the science behind cooking and cleaning and was published at least 3 different times. In addition to being a pioneer in science, she devoted her life to nourishing people. She set up the New England Kitchen to offer working-class families in Boston nutritious foods and demonstrate how to prepare them at low cost.
The quality of life depends upon the ability of society to teach its members how to live in harmony with their environment, defined first as family, then the community, then the world and its resources. You cannot make women contented with cooking and cleaning, and you need not try. If you keep your feathers well oiled, the water of criticism will run off as from a duck's back. One of the greatest faults of the women of the present time is a silly fear of things, and one object of the education of girls should be to give them knowledge of what things are really dangerous. The well-educated young woman of 1950 will blend art and sciences in a way we do not dream of. The science will study the art, and the art will give charm to the science. This young woman will marry, yes indeed, but she will take her pick of men who will by that time have begun to realize what sort of men it behooves them to be.
Elsie Widdowson, born in London in 1906, is now seen as a pioneer in the field of nutrition, in part for revealing the importance of early nutrition in later life. In the 1940s, she and her research partner, Robert McCants, advocated the fortification of food with vitamins and minerals, leading to the addition of calcium carbonate to bread.
If your results don't make physiological sense, think and think again. You may have made a mistake, in which case own up to it, or you may have made a discovery. Above all, treasure your exceptions. You will learn more from them than all the rest of your data.
Agnes Faye Morgan was born in 1884 and became the longtime chair of the Home Economics program at the University of California. She had pursued her PhD in organic chemistry after being passed over for promotions by younger men. Only 11% of PhDs at that time were earned by women. She was committed to bringing science to nutrition and home economics. She developed a rigorous science curriculum for her students that included chemistry, biochemistry, physiology, bacteriology, and statistics. The UC Berkeley administration criticized the department for having overly rigorous requirements. Though she was given little money for research, her lab made significant discoveries regarding the nutritional composition of foods and the biochemistry of vitamins. She studied the effects of the vitamin B5 on adrenal gland function and connected dietary fat and increases in serum cholesterol.
So I came to the University of California then, in January 1915, and began giving courses in dietetics and nutrition, a subject I knew nothing about and nobody else knew much about at that time. I had to dig up the subject matter mostly out of German medical journals. The old-fashioned cooking and arithmetic combination that had been considered to be dietetics I would have nothing to do with. In the first place, I wasn't a very good cook, and I wasn't interested in cooking. I had been brought here to do something practical for the preparation of dietitians, but I wasn't able to suggest anything practical. What I wanted was to establish a scientific foundation for the various practices that were taught as nutrition at that time.
Mary Engel Pennington, born in 1872, was denied a bachelor's degree in 1892 because she was a woman. She still managed to earn a PhD at the University of Pennsylvania and became a bacteriological chemist. She played a pivotal role in improving sanitation for milk and milk products. She oversaw the design of refrigerated warehouses and commercial and residential refrigerators, and was head of an investigation of the refrigerated boxcar design. She also developed standards for the safe processing of chickens raised for human consumption. Gertrude Elion, born in 1918, graduated summa cum laude in chemistry at the age of 19. She's played an instrumental role in the development of a drug that has cured 80% of children with leukemia and the first drug for treating patients with HIV.
Don't be afraid of hard work. Nothing worthwhile comes easily. Don't let others discourage you or tell you that you can't do it. In my day, I was told women didn't go into chemistry. I saw no reason why we couldn't. Nobody took me seriously. They wondered why in the world I wanted to be a chemist when no women were doing that. The world was not waiting for me. It is important to go into work you would like to do. Then it doesn't seem like work. You sometimes feel it's almost too good to be true, that someone will pay you for enjoying yourself. I've been very fortunate that my work led to useful drugs for a variety of serious illnesses. The thrill of seeing people get well who might otherwise have died of diseases like leukemia, kidney failure, and herpes virus encephalitis cannot be described in words.
And now, Natalie Shears of Chalmers University is an example of a woman currently making inroads in the field of molecular nutrition. She's working with her research team to investigate the extracellular effects of absorbed nutrients. That may involve the regulation of transport proteins and enzymes of stress responses that may lead to cancer, cell death, or oxidative damage. And Vandana Shiva is a physicist, ecologist, activist, and author who defends the environment tirelessly. She fights for changes in the paradigm of agriculture and food, and she has assisted grassroots organizations of the green movement.
The primary threat to nature and people today comes from centralizing and monopolizing power and control. Not until diversity is made the logic of production will there be a chance for sustainability, justice, and peace. Cultivating and conserving diversity is no luxury in our times. It is a survival imperative. It's not an investment if it's destroying the planet. The time has come to reclaim the stolen harvest and celebrate the growing and giving of good food as the highest gift and the most revolutionary act. Nature shrinks as capital grows. The growth of the market cannot solve the very crisis it creates. We are either going to have a future where women lead the way to make peace with the earth, or we are not going to have a human future at all.
So, many women pioneered the field of nutrition and home economics, but business interest manipulated or harnessed their original influence for profit. Mark Bittman argues in his book Animal, Vegetable, and Junk, big business made home economics its marketing machine. Matter of fact, Herbert Hoover made it his speech to define war. He took home economics and defined it in a way that was all about global profitability in the United States. You should read up on it. Despite all the knowledge we gained from scientific work of the people like Elsie Widdowson, the food industry became the junk food industry. According to Bittman, foods have become highly processed, we know this, leading to overconsumption. And at the end of the day, in the last century, 50% of us consume most of our food outside of the home. How many of you actually took home economics? It doesn't exist for those that are young, does it? I think we need it. I think as we become a more diverse families, we have more divorce and more separation. We need to go back into our roots and find home economics important again. We can even see today the ways in which food companies take good concepts, animal-based and plant-based, and they bastardize them in an attempt to make further profits. So, supercharging our bodies. We need to get back to a place where we restore the nutrition in the food that we eat. We need to think about food in both something that we enjoy and it's delicious, but also something that's important to establish our bodies. Feeding our immune systems can help us fight off COVID-19, diseases, cancer, heart disease, diabetes. So we need to have highly nutritional food. So I want to talk a little bit about animal-based and a little bit about plant-based foods, because first we need to start on the front end of how we grow these foods and why. And so when we think about cattle, I'm going to tell you guys a story about going on to a 1 million acre farm, but in the United States, most of our cattle is grown and produced in feedlots. So these animals, 14 to 16 months, 60% of our corn in the United States actually goes to feeding these guys, and they really are kind of malnourished animals at the point in time that they're densely put into a feedlot. And has anybody been to a feedlot? Yes. Pretty disgusting place, right? And it's unhealthy. And so if we're growing animals in an unhealthy way and then consuming them because it reduces the cost so that everybody can have the abundance of beef, maybe we should think about doing that in a regenerative method, right? And so we have companies like Sunfed. We have companies like Tees out of Australia. This is actually on a farm that I was at in Australia, where we're not only grass feeding animals the way that they were naturally supposed to be raised, but those animals are going 36 months or greater amounts of time. And so they are weaned off of their mother later. They're given proper nutrition throughout the 36 months, if not longer. And they actually come through the process. And I don't know how many of you have been to a slaughter plant, but when you look at an animal from the inside instead of the outside, you can tell the amount of stress that was put onto that animal during its life, okay? And so I got a chance to go to a 1 million acre farm in Australia, little city of Roma. It's about a 4-hour flight from Brisbane inward into the kind of the grasslands of the country. And on this 1 million acre farm, they had 28,000 head of cattle that started at one point and literally rotated in a circle in its life on 1 million acres. To give you an idea what 1 million acres is, it's 1/6 the size of Vermont, right? It's a pretty big plot of land. You actually, on that facility, you actually harvest the cattle using horses, and they actually end up with about 70% of their cattle being premium graded cattle. So they actually get a return on their investment because they actually did the proper things during the life of that animal. Okay, so they actually get a premium for that product. It's interesting. I asked the question while I was there, how much of that product gets to the United States? And we consume a considerable amount of Australian beef. Matter of fact, McDonald's is the largest consumer of ground beef coming out of Australia. But what's interesting is the premium cattle that are coming out of Australia are being bought and sold into Asia because the Asians are willing to pay for the premium product, and we just keep sucking up the stuff that McDonald's needs. So it's just something to think about. And we think about nourishing the animal in its life, we end up getting the benefit of that nourishment, right? Because that animal actually has a higher nutritional impact because it ate the right things, it lived the right life. And so there are actually there's Carver family out of Washington State that reluctantly or kind of happenstance, the sons took over their farm and they started processing cattle that were 5 to 6 years old. And as they went through that process, they realized that the 5 to 6 year old cattle, actually most of them were prime. Because as the animal got older, right, and the USDA grades by fat content, your body slows down, just like us, right? And as your body slows down, you get a higher fat content. You get prime beef. So speed is not always your friend, right? Speed doesn't always create more profit. It might create more abundance in the short term, but that abundance nutritionally doesn't have the same impact. So I want to talk a little bit about plant-based products, and I just founded a plant-based company, and what I think moved me, I had the question yesterday, somebody said, hey, why did you get into plant-based? You're an animal guy. And I said, well, I got into plant-based because if we don't make the switch to more plant-based protein consumption, we have a fundamental problem from an economic issue, but really a sustainability of the earth is going to depend upon our carbon footprint being smaller and reduced, and the way to do that is to start to supplement our diets with plant-based products. Now, I know I talked a little bit about food discrimination, and I'll say that food discrimination is a real thing. There are people, there's probably somebody in this room that thinks eating an animal is a bad thing, and I hear you. I'm listening to you. But I also can tell you that I sat on a panel of folks that were going through eating disorders, and I had one of the young ladies say to me, Ben, how do you feel about being a vegan? And I said, if it's what your body's asking you for, then go for it. And she said, well, I want to be a vegan, and I feel like I should be a vegan, but if I go about 72 hours without animal protein, I feel sick. And so I just, when we think about discrimination and saying somebody should be all plant-based or all animal-based, I want us to think about what that means. And why did she feel sick? Because there's amino acids, and I can get into the details of this if you guys have questions, but there's amino acids that are in animal-based that aren't readily available in plant-based to the same level, okay? It doesn't mean you can't get it from plant-based, it just means you have to consume a heck of a lot more of the plant-based products, and you have to consume the right plant-based products to actually get those amino acids. Without those amino acids, your brain's not gonna function at the same level. So if you've ever eaten plant-based, you should try it for 72 hours or so. You're gonna probably, the first couple times you do it, you're gonna feel a little weird in your head, kind of like the first night you're in Vegas, right? That first little buzz you have in your head the first night you're in Vegas. Well, that little feeling is the fact that your body is not breaking down things the way that it should. And so when I think about a vegan-based diet or a plant-based diet, I really think about a flexitarian world is really where we're gonna see the greatest growth moving into the next 10 to 15 years. It's not gonna be vegan or animal-based. It's gonna be a flexitarian world that's really gonna have the largest impact and growth for us as a society. I wanted to take a moment to talk a little bit about, does anybody have any questions about plant-based and animal-based before I go into anything else? Anyone? Because I can talk about it. Go ahead.
What are the plant-based that have the most amino acids?
Actually, so soy does, but obviously soy is an allergen. So it actually scales at a 1. Chickpea comes in kind of second. Depending upon where the chickpea comes, it's a 0.75 to 0.8. So chickpea's a good supplement to that. There's actually and we're going to start to see this, I believe. There's actually a scale, a digestibility scale that we use to understand the amino acids and what happens in your body. And I think that we're probably within about 5 years from that scale being identified in our ingredient statements. So I think I was asked the question yesterday on the panel about, regulation. And I think at the end of the day, regulation's gonna come, but it's gonna come in the form of giving us point of sale knowledge to that type of question, right? Because we need the answers to that. What happened with ingredient statements and the way they were developed by the USDA and the FDA back in the day really were post-World War II concepts about basic information that they wanted to provide to us, but many times those calories and the information that's there, if your body can't digest that product, then regardless of what the ingredient statement says, your body doesn't have what it needs to actually digest it, so the nutritional impact is weak. And I'm going to talk a little bit about fire and water here in a minute, but to that same point, there's one thing about growing an animal or growing plants in the proper way and eating the right things, but many times what we don't recognize is that when we prepare foods, when we cook foods, we use fire most of the time, right? We're usually using high amounts of heat. And as we provide heat to animal or plant-based products, we reduce the nutritional impact that product has, okay? We reduce its digestibility and we make it difficult for our bodies to actually consume it. It's kind of a strange thing that we do ourselves. So fire, gives us warmth, it lights the room, it provides us the ability to see, right? It provides us the ability to create lethality as we cook foods. But I think that what we're gonna find as we move into the next 20 years is that there's ways to apply heat to get lethality in our food, but we can do it with the ability to nourish our bodies a little bit better. So what do I mean? I mean that if we used water to conduct energy, right, then we could actually come to a really defined and precise temperature, right? And by defining and having precise temperature, like we do when we sous vide, which we do at Defiant and at RP, we actually can keep the nutritional impact in the product. And by keeping the nutritional impact in the product, I can give you an example that with chicken and beef today, and also with our Artine for our plant-based chickpea, we get about a 3 to 4 times more nutritional impact in consumption. So it's pretty huge. So you could take 4 ounces of beef and end up having to consume 12 ounces in a traditional cook method to get what 4 ounces of beef can give us. So what does that do? It makes our entire system more sustainable, right? And why is that? Because we can cook using water, and we can manage temperature so precisely when we cook with water that we end up not having to break the cell structure of the animal-based or the plant-based product, right? And so by not unraveling the cell structure of the protein, we end up being able to digest it, okay? And we don't lose it. So many products, especially in the plant-based and animal-based space, are adulterated because as we consume them, either from a texture standpoint or from a flavor standpoint, in traditional cook methods, we've cooked the moisture out of the product, and now we're having to reintroduce moisture so that it's actually has the texture and the feel that we expect it to have. So my point is that I think sustainability is on both sides. It's not only how we grow an animal, it's also how we process the animal and how we consume the animal or the plant-based protein that's really important. And so I want to tell a little story about how I came on my journey to really coming up with using that method of cooking sous vide. I was on the streets of Paris with a famous chef named Jean-Marc Tachet and another chef named Bruno Gassol and Bernard Lebu. And we had just walked out of Joel Robuchon's restaurant on the Champs-Élysées, and we were walking down the street and we were discussing a kind of a hypothesis, but actually a study that was being done in France at that point in time around the idea of using sous vide cooking to help cancer patients recover quickly. And they were starting to see incredible results because the nutritional impact of what was happening. I became very curious, it was 2009, about why. And so I started to study that, and that put me on a path and a journey. And it not only put me on a path and a journey to find more nutritional food, but it also put me on a path and a journey to love myself, but the things I put into my body and the people that were around me. And so we created a culture of people inside my businesses and also in the people that we encircle ourselves with that are driving that change. And it's pretty interesting how that came about and how meaningful that is. How many of you have been to Paris? Great. I can't wait to go again. But the idea that we then moved on to build the largest sous vide plant in North America, and we started to really design studies around that nutritional impact and what's going to change in that nutritional impact. I got the question yesterday about why has some of the large processors not moved to that type of technology. And the fact of the matter is that the large meat and plant-based processors have already put capital into their operations. And they haven't opened up to the idea that nutritional impact is not just how we raise something, but it's how we process something. And they're going to wake up to that in the years to come. How much time do I have? Good? We're done? Let me step down here. Do you guys have any questions for me? Anyone? Yeah.
But once you get going and this becomes the absolute way to eat meat, it's going to be far removed from the efficiency and the evil capitalism of current meat standards. So how do you scale and get this in the mouths of?
Yeah.
people who don't have a lot of money.
Yeah, so Defiant was created for absolutely that purpose. So a couple things. Our operation in Cambridge, Indiana, we can process, depending on the configuration of what we process, about 60 million pounds of meat, okay? That system, it's a 10-tank system. We have space in that room to put another 20 tanks, so we can produce 180 million pounds out of that facility on an annual basis. We're also in the process of putting a similar 10-tank system on the East Coast. We're gonna do some things different on the East and West Coast as we build those plants out. And the reason is that we wanna do some things that are a little bit more flexible. So a lot of what we do in the big system, it's a fully automated system in and out, so it's very much the same type of processes that we use in large meat processing or plant-based processing with fire, but as far as volumes and capacities, et cetera. So it's not more expensive to cook that way, okay? And it's actually all in a closed loop water system, so we're actually keeping the energy, so it's green. But at the end of the day, what we're doing on the East and West Coast are really trying to make it more flexible so that smaller chains can actually purchase from us, so that we don't have to go to just the Paneras of the world. And so that transition's occurring. Does that answer your question? So what I do believe is that, and I'll also say that Armorinox, who builds our tank systems, in the last 3 years has had significant growth globally in sous vide systems of scale. So it's coming, and it's all around health. And the products are delicious. Any other questions? Gotta be somebody that has a question. Let me finish by saying to all of the women that are in the room, thank you for being great mothers and nourishing us. Go into the world with the greatest amount of impact that you can bring. It's the combination of men and women accepting each other, understanding each other, that's really going to create a paradigm shift in the way we think, okay? It's time, it's your time. So speak up, be impactful, make change. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Benjamin. Now it is time to honor our award winners. And at this time, I'd like to invite Miss Jody Rottenberg, who's an extended advisory board member, to the stage to present our award winners. Welcome her to the stage. We'd like to ask our award winners to just briefly introduce themselves to the audience when they come up and accept their award. There's a microphone here, center stage for you. Our first award winner is Benjamin Pertinack. Welcome him. Benjamin Pertinack. And he's being recognized as a top 100 food and beverage leader.
I guess I got to talk again. Well, one, thank you for the award. I appreciate it. I'd just like to thank all of you for coming, taking the time to listen. Obviously, just post-COVID, some of you are probably out for the first time traveling the country, so appreciate you being brave to take the right steps and spend some time. Hopefully this convention will grow and be more vibrant as time moves forward and we get past COVID and start to see things a little bit different. I wanted to thank my team. Without you guys, we wouldn't be very much, but with you, we're everything. So we appreciate all of that, and all of you that are on the telecast listening to us, thanks, and enjoy. Have a good one.
Our next top 100 food and beverage leader is Chris Varkpay. Chris Varkpay.
I actually want to thank everybody for having me up here. I want to thank everybody for being here right now. A lot of people with busy schedules and a lot of things that happen with life, just listening to me speak is a blessing in anybody's eyes. One thing I do want to really touch base on is purpose. When you do something with purpose, you create change, and when you do that, you live more abundantly, and that is the why for what you do. So I want to thank my girl for being here because she is my reason and my why. Thank you, guys.
Esteban Fernandez. Esteban Fernandez for excellence in the food and beverage industry.
First of all, thank you all for being here. We're very thankful for this award. We're doing some work in Mexico, trying to tap into the great work that you find in people producing food in their old manners. No? We try to get regional producers and try to transform the talent that they have, spread down, hand it over from generation to generation, and trying to bring it over to people. So thank you, and we're happy to be here.
Our next award winner is David Lukens. David Lukens for Top 100 Food and Beverage Leader.
Good morning, David Lukens, Grace Harbor Farms. Our company is Saved by Grace in a harbor from the storm. We are a farm. We're direct to market. We do rotationally grazed dairy products and microgreens. So I'd love to connect with some of you. But anyway, it's a pleasure being here. It's nice to meet all of you.
Ethan Dillon. Ethan Dillon for excellence in the food and beverage industry. Our next award winner is Isaac Hamlin. Isaac Hamlin for Top 100 Food and Beverage Industry.
Hello. My name is Isaac Hamlin. We're with Better Blend Nutrition, and 3 years ago we started with a dream. I was actually a rugby player for the University of Kentucky, and I started making these meal replacements for myself and for my team, and we turned it into a concept, and I've served over 100,000 people. It's been an absolute blessing to be here and to have the kind of impact that we've been able to have. It's great to be here with a bunch of people that align with the same values that we do to make the world a happier and healthier place, and I appreciate you all for having us. Thank you.
Jessica Atkinson. Jessica Atkinson for excellence in the food and beverage industry.
Hello. Hi, I'm Jessica Atkinson. I'm the CEO of Sweet Frostings Bake Shop. We're a cake and cupcake gift party, all things company, and we've been around for 10 years now. So I want to thank my mom, Sally, who's with me here today, who started the company. I wouldn't be here without you, and I wouldn't know anything without you. So thank you so much.
Our next winner is Dr. Ram. Dr. Ram for Top 100 Food and Beverage Leader.
Thank you so much for having me. 5 years ago, this strange dream and coming out of retirement with the encouragement of my wife, we started a distillery. And 3 years ago, we created a unique product, and now that's we're in 14 states, and we're starting to get recognized globally. With that, without my wife and my two boys back there, I really appreciate you supporting me in all those late nights and crazy flavors and things like that. But it seems to be paying off. Thank you so much.
At this time, I'd like to thank Jody Ruttenberg for handing out our awards. And that concludes our award ceremony. That concludes our award ceremony. We are going to take a coffee break until 11 o'clock. Enjoy some coffee just around the corner here, and I'll see you back in here at 11. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. As we move into a new normal, agri-food businesses will have to take a look for new ways and novel means to kickstart recovery, fortify their supply chains, and increase profit margins. The solution is pretty simple. It's time for disruption and innovation in the agri-food chain. This is the topic of our next session. To explain further, we will welcome Clark T. Bell, who is the CEO of AquaYield. Welcome him to the stage.
How is everyone? Hundreds of people, man, I can't believe this crowd. I'm getting nervous actually. Everyone, great to be with you all here today. Today we're going to be talking about some of the fundamental issues that we're facing in developing the agri-food chain, and specifically the issues as they're related to a grower. A grower, when I refer to that, is somebody that actually grows a crop like a farmer, and then that is sold into into a grocery store or into a restaurant or whatever means that would be. Commonly in our industry, we refer to something that's called the race to 2050, and I'll dive right into that. So the race to 2050, essentially what we're discussing there is we've got to feed almost 10 billion mouths over the next 30 years. And we have to do that with the same amount of arable land, the same amount of water, and the same amount of minerals and resources that we've had previously. So if you guys hear from me to talk about the race to 2050, that is what I'm referring. So first I wanted to talk about the resilience that American farmers have in this day and age. So over here, to my left and to my right, I'm going to showcase just some of the leverage ratios that farmers have. You'll see it here that farmers are the most leveraged business unit in all of the industries combined in the U.S. So farmers literally are working with margins that are very tight, and they have got to find more innovation than they've ever had made available to them. In addition to that, we as a common group, we need to overcome certain obstacles, and one of those being we have a nutrient challenge when it comes to sustainable fertilizer management. So this is actually an article back from, I believe this was in 2016, 2016, when the United States Department of Agriculture came up with this article. Essentially what it states is, again, that the global population is projected to reach 9.7 billion by 2050, and the nutrient challenge is that we need to improve fertilizer efficiency to produce more food and energy crops while creating less pollution. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but you can't go into the Gulf of Mexico and recreate anymore because of all the fertilizer runoff. And we've also seen, for me, I live in Salt Lake City, Utah, and one of our largest bodies of water is called the Utah Lake. I can't go boating on Utah Lake anymore due to runoff of a number of resources, and one of them, namely being fertilizer, has made it so due to algae bloom and eutrophication, we can't even use these lakes. So these are some fundamental issues that are coming from us over applying nutrients on our crops, such as fertilizer and chemicals that are affecting other parts of our life. So by 2050, the world has to double our production of food. So we've got to do that in the next 29 years. And when you look at places like Florida, that is the number 2 producer of fruit and vegetables in the U.S., that's a terrific responsibility for growers such like they have in Florida. And we have to do this to keep up with the growth of the global population. So I want to talk about how agriculture is at a crossroads. And essentially, this is the status quo of the current crossroads. So first, we're seeing large consolidation and conglomeration. We're seeing more ag retailers that are being bought by other ag retailers. We're seeing other big food producers that are purchasing other food producers. So consolidation is continuing. And farmers are now being viewed as price takers. There's an information disadvantage to growers as well. And then we're also seeing land and farm consolidation. There's hardly any local entrepreneurs to support local farmers. Much of that is due to the income is just not as exciting for them as it has been in the past due to this consolidation. And now there's little left for the family farms, which are actually 99% of the 2.1 million US farms right now. So let's talk about what is the right road, how we can overcome these obstacles. I believe the right road, first and foremost, is that we need to have competitions and options, the better and, of course, the American way. We need to see that farming options should be independent and entrepreneurial. And we need to have an information advantage to growers so that they can actually get this information and use that more proactively with them. Throughout this conference, I've heard a lot of people talk about data and being able to use this data to make better decisions. We need to see these data sets be more advantageous for farmers. We need to see a farm sharing economy. For instance, there's companies that are going out and instead of having a farmer be responsible to buy a couple $1 million worth of tractors, you can now share that with a group of farmers in your area. That poses some issues because oftentimes they need to use those tractors at the same time. But I believe there's an opportunity to Uberize the economy for farmers. We need to see thriving local economies and communities, and we need to see that farmers are connected and enabled by technology. So I believe that's the right road moving forward for farmers when it comes to innovation and the future of the agri-food chain. So the opportunity comes down to innovation. It comes down to the entrepreneurial spirit. So things like what I'm being involved in as the CEO of Aquwield, where we've come up with nano-liquid technology, where we're able to, instead of have a farmer apply 10 gallons of a certain phosphorus or chemical to an acre, they can now get that down to ounces. Most of our products are applied at 4 ounces to the acre. So with nanotechnology, you can see mega results, and they can be farmer tested and earth approved. So this is, issues like this with biotechnology that can help this. Aquwield, we've received a lot of national recognition, and in 2021, we're experiencing our biggest growth that we've had as a company, but it's taken us 7 years to get here. So I want to pose and make you all just think about, for us to be able to innovate the agri-food chain and for us to showcase opportunities for a farmer, it generally takes 5 to 10 years for them to see that full opportunity and to use that disruption on their farm. As well as some of the press that we've seen locally and with farmers, we've also seen some great recognition just for people that are not involved in the agricultural community, such as Entrepreneur Magazine and Forbes. So I believe that farming and what's now called ag tech is becoming rather sexy. People are really interested in knowing about where their food comes from. And one thing I want you guys to think about is, in 10 years from now, are we going to look at our food labels and are we going to see every ingredient that it took to grow our food? I think this is something that is coming to become a headwind for us all to face. Every Sally homeowner wants to know if Roundup was used in the celery that they're feeding their kids. There's a lot of concern here. So a thought piece for you all is what that is going to become for us in the near future. So what is the future of ag disruption? Of ag production. And what I believe the future is I believe it's that we have all of these large ag conglomerates and companies that are consolidating, and it's one of two things is going to happen for them. They're either going to have to disrupt their business models so that it can be more effective for the local farmer and those that are actually growing what we need to have for food and fiber and have on our kitchen table, or they're going to be disrupted by smaller companies such as mine or other smaller companies, startups that I'll be discussing here today. So it's really a matter of disrupt or be disrupted. This is a very interesting article that Ernst & Young put out, and it's called The Brand New Order. Disrupt or be disrupted. And it really focuses on creating value with consumer products, but it really relates to every single industry. I definitely would recommend for everyone if they want some good 15-page reading about what it takes to disrupt industries to read this article. So the opportunities with agri-food chain when it comes to innovation, I'm just going to showcase a couple options that I think we will see in the marketplace. The first one is with ag inputs. So when we refer to ag inputs, what that means is I'm referring to anything that you put on the leaf of a crop or into the soil of a crop to make that crop be stimulated, either by growth or by not having it grow or to kill a weed or what have you. So things that are going to be in this category are going to be things like fertilizer additives, biologicals. You're going to see things like crop protection, such as pesticide, herbicide, insecticide. That's the one that a lot of people are concerned about due to the media and what we've seen with Roundup and dicamba. And as well as seed coatings, so hormones that you can actually put on a seed for you to have better results. Additionally, where I think there's opportunity is with robotics. We're all aware of the short-handed nature of what's available in labor for all workforces, and of course farmers are seeing that even more. In this past year, 2021, there were a lot of farms that did not get their labor force with the H-2A program, with getting labor from countries such as Mexico or Puerto Rico, or even places like Argentina. I have one customer of ours. He is still without 88 workers on his farm, and he has lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in crops due to him not being able to pick those crops. So things like robotics to be able to pick your crops or to treat them is a huge opportunity. A really interesting company that I want to showcase that's doing interesting things with robotics is the Small Robot Company. Essentially what they do is they have a machine that they call Wilma, and that's the one here in the bottom. And Wilma will go out, Wilma is a robot, by the way. Wilma will go out over the crop, and it will just drive over a different field of a farmer, and it will actually identify, and you guys can see it on here, on the bottom corner, the bottom part of this slide, it will actually identify weeds that then Wilma sends a message to Tom or Dick, and Tom or Dick is actually behind Wilma, and that message is relayed to them from her taking that photo when to pick that weed. And so you literally are seeing a company that's replacing tractors, replacing labor, and has had it so that you don't have to spray chemical. And what Tom and Dick will do is they'll actually do one of two things. They'll go down and they'll find the exact location of that weed and they'll burn it down, or they'll have a machine and they'll actually eradicate it out of the earth by pulling it up mechanically. So these are opportunities that are coming to the fruition. This company is based in Europe right now. They've just barely began to commercialize. They raised over $80 million in venture financing. And I think over the next 5 years, we're going to see some drastic opportunities for people to bring these types of technologies into their farm. Another opportunity is with genomics. So everyone is familiar with genomics from the standpoint of, you guys have heard of GMOs, genetically modified organisms. You can have an opinion of what you think of GMOs, but the fact of the nature is that GMO crops have actually saved millions, if not possibly billions of lives. The ability to have these crops that can overcome a lot of pesticide resistance and issues that arise for countries such as India have been game changers. And there's going to be more opportunities with genomics moving forward. So let's talk about some types of plants of what you can see with the genomics. And I just jotted these down just so you can all be aware of what these opportunities are. So let's talk about conifers. There's now 30,000 genes of conifers. And they include cone-bearing, primarily evergreen plants, such as cedar, fir, pine, and spruce. And researchers are now working toward developing high-performance trees and are adapting plants to temperature change and pest resistance. So this is going to make it so that we can have more lumber in our supply chain. I'm sure everyone in this room in the past year has seen what that looks like with lumber and issues that are there. Let's now talk about tomatoes. With tomatoes, we have 34,000 genes. Researchers are working to increase the amount of light tomatoes can be under in order to increase total crop yield, and we think that this can be increased by 20%. So imagine if you're a farmer, and just by simple research with genomics, that farmer can now grow 20% more tomatoes. This is a game changer. Let's talk about potatoes, the largest vegetable crop. Potatoes, we now have 39,000 genes. Potatoes are susceptible to a wide range of pests and diseases, and researchers have identified over 800 genes associated with disease and pest resistance in order to create hardier, less susceptible varieties of potatoes. So it'll make it so that that grower can actually grow more potatoes and apply less pesticides, which of course is, there's going to be less residue or no traceability of that chemical onto our plate once we're eating that next to our great T-bone steak. Let's now talk about apples. Apples, we have 47,000 genes. Scientists are currently working on planting genetically engineered apples that have the ability to resist browning when sliced or bruised. These apples are now being sold to the public. So you literally could get an apple and throw it against the wall and pick it up, and you could still eat that without any bruising. So these are some awesome opportunities that are coming in genomics. Corn, which is the largest crop in all of America. They've studied corn's genes that influence leaf and ear size, water control, and drought responsiveness. I'm in the West, so the mega drought is something that's of interest for everyone, and being able to have drought-responsive crops is going to be a huge thing that we see over the next 5 to 20 years that you guys will all be made aware of. If we can grow our crops with less water, that's of course of interest for everyone. Generally speaking, just so everyone knows, of our water that's available in the West, I'm not sure exactly what is in the East, but in the West, our water is owned 82% of it by farmers. And so when we talk about the mega droughts and we talk about the water issues that we're facing due to such high temperatures, I mean, all of us are in Las Vegas now, so we know about these high temperatures, but farmers are actually the ones that own this water. And so if we can help them come up with better solutions to be using less water, that's of high interest for all of us as we start to see this mega drought and the issues that we're combating with global climate change. Lastly, cotton. Everyone that I can see in this group is wearing some form of cotton right now, and most likely you woke up out of a bed that was a cotton bed. Scientists and farmers are working to identify genetic variants that optimize fiber length, so you can get more cotton fiber out of what you've grown, quantity and quality to develop new cotton strains. So these are just some of the opportunities with plants that I wanted to showcase to you all about what we can see with genomics. There's brilliant people that want to solve these problems, and the issue when it comes to growing our food and our fiber is should be of utmost importance. Other things that we can use to be innovating the agri-food chain is things like digital systems. There we go. So this is just one company that I just selected. I don't have any ownership in this group. I don't even know them. It's just a group that I thought would be interested to talk about. So SenseGrass is the name of the startup. They use smart farming technology, and what do they specialize in? Well, what they do is they use artificial intelligence, or AI, to do web-based soil intelligence systems for fertilizer management. So essentially what they do is they put out some probes into their soil, and they can plug into these probes what is the ideal amount of fertilizer and the ideal amount of water that we need to have to grow this crop. And that artificial intelligence will then actually tell you in a web-based platform and onto your phone when you should actually be applying fertilizer next, or when you should be watering next. For someone like me that's a third-generation farmer, I have not been in the field as much as my father has, who's now 63. And he just knows by nature every 7 days he needs to apply this. For me, I don't have that. I don't have that expertise and capability, and so an opportunity like SenseGrass will provide us with this knowledge. Very exciting stuff. So there's opportunities that I see when it comes to disrupting and innovating in the agri-food chain. What Apple had done to the personal computer and what Tesla has done to the automotive industry, I think within the next 5 to 10 years, we're going to see the category-defining startups in the agricultural space that are going to overcome all of these issues that we have in the agri-food chain. Thank you so much for your time, and let's open it up to questions. Back there.
You mentioned the global expansion of the number of mouths you had to feed.
Yes.
What's the specific U.S. projection for the population in 2050?
You know, I actually don't know that. I should know that. I just know globally it's 9.7 billion. I know in the U.S. we're not growing at the staggering rates that China and India have been growing at, specifically India. But certainly those economies are going to be impacted by American innovation because, of course, we're most likely the most innovative country in the world. So, yep, great question. We should find that out. I'll Wikipedia it and send it over to you later, right? Over here.
Thank you. Great presentation. You mentioned a variety of different technologies, some very
Yes.
high impact things. I wasn't clear, maybe I missed it. Is there one specific spot that you feel is the greatest potential that you're working on above, whether within genomics or within robotics or otherwise?
Yeah, I don't know if I would say for all the crop communities and types of farming, there's a better opportunity over others. For me, what I've harnessed is biotechnology by taking nanoliquid technology to reduce the amount of chemicals and fertilizers. That's what I've been working on. And we've been able to really get into the supply chain effectively in just 7 years and are having great success. And 2021, the reason why it's been our best years, one, we have a lot of R&D that proves our knowledge, but also we're seeing things like California, where right now if you're a farmer in California, you need to reduce the amount of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium that you've been using on your farm by 40%. And for aqua yield, we're really the only game in town that can do that efficiently and not make it so that a farmer can have less crop yield and have less quality. So that, for me personally, that's where I think the biggest opportunity is in inputs. Everyone is concerned about the use of Roundup, the use of 2,4-D, dicamba, and the residue that leaves in our soil. So I think we need to look at better options that can eradicate that. And again, I think in 5 to 10 years, when you go to the grocery store, you're going to turn over and you're going to look at the nutrition facts. And then I think on the other side, you're going to see what was everything that was put into this thing that you're about to put in your mouth to make sure that it's safe. So I think those opportunities. Great question. Thank you. Other questions? Wow, I did a great job. Awesome. Love to hear it. Anything else? Thanks, guys. Leave this here? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Clark. Now we will move forward to our much-awaited fireside chat, which is on the topic, how to survive the restaurant industry in a pandemic. I'm sure that many restaurant businesses are looking for effective tips on this topic. To show us the way, we have Louise Tang, General Manager at Square Pie Guys, and Woody Van Horn, the Chief Operating Officer and partner at Om Vino, to walk us through this fireside chat. Welcome them to the stage.
Hello.
Hi. It really is bright up here.
It is bright up here. Hi, everybody. My name is Woody Van Horn, and I'll give a little bit about my background, and then we'll jump over Louise. But I ran restaurants for 15. I've been in the industry since high school, but I did a lot of different types of restaurants, fine dining, hotels, restaurants, and then I jumped into consulting, and I've done that for the last 5 years. So I was in the middle of the pandemic, about to open. We were actually opening a restaurant on March 15th was my day one of all my new staff starting at a brand new opening. So I went through health inspection, got our health inspection passed, and my staff was starting, and then everybody kind of, the owners were like, don't bring anybody on, stop right now. And I had to shut the doors and throw everything in the fridge out. So that was my story. So I haven't actually been in restaurants this year, but I'm going to do a little interview here and ask her what she's been doing this year. So Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Woody. Hi, everybody. My name is Louise Tang. I have been in the restaurant industry for over 20 years. And currently, I work with a company called Square Pie Guys. We specialize in Detroit-style pizza, and we're based out of San Francisco. Pretty much started with two owners who are pizza obsessed. They started with a pop-up in 2019. We gained a cult fan following and opened up our first store in San Francisco, and we actually have a second store in Oakland as well. So pretty much I'm here today just to talk about our successes, what we did during the pandemic, and hopefully to give you guys some insight on surviving the restaurant industry, since I've lived it and breathed it since COVID started. So.
Perfect. So you said 2 locations?
Yes, currently 2 locations.
And when this whole thing went down, how many employees did you have, right, when you were starting?
We had about 30 employees, and we actually were fortunate not to lay anybody off.
Oh, awesome.
and actually grew. So.
And then how did you ever close completely or furlough anybody or?
There was a time where we did close down because one of our employees did test positive for COVID. So we worked with the San Francisco Health Department, and basically we were on the conservative side where we actually closed down where we didn't need to. But at the time that we were notified of the positive test, we actually, drove all of our employees to the local test centers. All of us got tested at the same time, and we were with them throughout the whole process. We did have COVID pay for the days that were missed, but we just wanted to let our employees know that we were there to support them and that we were all in it together. And it wasn't just them or us, but we were all together and in the world of the unknown.
That was one of the things that I had a couple clients that I was working with, and one restaurant popped positive, and then I had my sister owns a salon, and they were in the same kind of like category as restaurants, and so a lot of them got shut down. But when one of their employees popped, and you're in close contact with people, and that we stopped. It was like get everyone tested, and there really wasn't any technical rules. So what I was advising everybody, and what I think that most people fell back on, was following the OSHA law. Just don't break OSHA laws, and
Yep.
don't break
Exactly.
health department, and follow recommendations of CDC. And that's kind of what I recommended to everybody do. We went through that, and it was scary because employees don't know what to do. They're asking questions. Am I allowed to come back? Am I allowed to get paid? Am I allowed to do this? And so we kind of navigated all through that. Is there anything you would have done differently if you look back?
I think given since it was a precedent time, we did the best that we could with the information which was changing daily, given to us. So we let our employees know that things are subject to change. As soon as we know, we will let you guys know. But again, going into making sure that we're fully transparent with our employees as well as our guests. We utilize, channels of Instagram as well as internal communications. We had our own WhatsApp group, and we also used our scheduling software to pass important memos and documentation of things such as when the mayor closed down San Francisco, we were on, the quarantine lockdown, how, every business had to, close, or every employee had to be in their house by 10 o'clock. So we had to make sure that everybody was informed. We had to adjust schedules, but also make sure that we had ID cards for our employees that said that they were essential workers.
Okay.
So.
What were the, major ways you adapted as far as just for PPE and things like that? Like what was the daily change, or how did you make those calls?
Yeah, so basically, of course, we had to enforce the wearing of masks. We actually had to create a COVID checklist, which we still use today. We had to take temperatures of employees, but also again working with our health department when people would pick up their items, whether it was delivery or takeout, we had to enforce the policy of they had to have a mask, they had to get sanitizer before we were able to hand off their food, until that was recently changed. But we did get a lot of kickback from people that are like, well, why do I have to wear a mask? And I don't feel like using the sanitizer. So, we took a hard stance on that. And, we were commended by a lot of our followers and our guests for making sure that we were putting safety of our guests and our employees first, and doing the best that we can to stop the virus.
Did you, sometimes at the top, there's different, when you're having those meetings with the owners or other management, were there disagreements, or how did you guys kind of manage that stress level?
I don't think there were disagreements. Honestly, we would have, countless roundtable meetings to see, well, safety's first. How can we, implement something new? And also, we also still had, of course, safety first in the front of our minds. So we, again, wanting to keep our staff safe and wanting to limit the, spread of COVID was high on our list.
I had, when we were coming up to it, it was, opening restaurants is kind of crazy, and we had construction delayed, and it was like I had hired a manager, we had a celebrity chef from Top Chef as a consultant, and he was, training our, not a cheap adventure. So we're having this guy train, and then we had done all this interviewing, and we're getting ready to open, and then it was funny because health inspection came, we passed, and then I had about a week where our water heater went out because it was brand new, kind of like new equipment, and I was continually fighting with the owners every day. I'm like, you can't, like, this was in February. It was like the end of February, and I was like, we can't. I'm the food safety manager here. I was like, I can't be okay with. I've never ran a restaurant for more than 6 hours without a hot water heater. Like, it's like, get someone down here immediately. But they wanted to deal with the warranty, and it was like, we're gonna get a new one shipped in, and all this stuff. And it was like, that was one of the stressful things because I was an outside agent. I was a contractor, and then I'm, fighting with the owners about like ethics, and they were like, my life savings has gone into this project, and everything's going to go down. It was one of those things that we were just stressing about. So, and then so you said you adapted. Did you have any dining room space that you had to close down?
We did. Pre-COVID, we did have dining room space, but during COVID, we did turn the dining room into more of like a assembly line for takeout and deliveries.
Okay.
So we were very fortunate to have a product that was one, your comfort food that everybody wanted, but
Right.
also two, we had a product that was able to travel well during delivery and for takeout.
Okay. We had after I finished that project, when they did open up again, because my contract ended, and I keep in touch with them, and they'd opened up again in May. Or roughly right around then, it was like the grand opening, but they only went to like 2 days a week. It was like 2 or 3 days a week, and I was looking at like what's the right way to do that? Like the stress of opening a restaurant, especially with all of that going on, you can't really do PR around it. You know what I mean? You can't really do marketing. You're trying to open this place, and watching them do that is at least to grease the wheels, or at least to like welcome the neighbors, or at least to like be something there for the neighborhood, because that was what their goal was in this spot. And I was just so scared from that this whole thing was going to go down in flames. And so they stayed open. They made it through. My sister, she shut down her business 3 times, and they stayed through. But it was one of those things where nobody knew what to do, and it was kind of wild.
Yeah, for sure.
Any insights you would say to prepare, or just from I'm sure you know other restaurant people, like what is something that what are some mistakes you saw people make, or that you think that they regretted or whatnot? Because these guys laid off everybody, and it was like everyone quit their jobs, everyone was starting, and it was a small town, and I was like, how are you going to recover from that? Because you just ruined everything for these guys. But I think they just stand tall and kind of made it through. So,
well, I can't really speak to that because we were fortunate that we didn't have to close, and we actually ended up opening a second location this past March. But I think what really helped us was that we really had an ability to communicate with our guests via social media, of course, but
Right.
we were able to give them what they wanted and what they needed, but also, even though we took the dine-in aspect away, we kind of still gave them the control of like, okay, well, what did you like? What did you didn't like? Use of surveys, use of, definitely working with third-party vendors such as DoorDash, Caviar, Uber Eats, making sure that, again, during the time when it was heightened, we had, contactless payment. So basically, we just adapted in a way where our food was ready to be adapted and to go in that direction, but also keeping our menu fresh. So we have like a seasonal menu where we have different pizzas, but also working with collaborations. We did have a collaboration with Jeremy Lin where we had a Jalen pizza, and it was very popular in the Bay Area, but the owners are really big on collaborations and working with fellow people in our industry.
From a PR standpoint, did you disclose or make an announcement to anybody when you did have that testing positive thing?
Of course, yes, we did. We
Okay.
had to disclose it of course, to everybody that was working, but also to the public as well. And we let them know that during the 1-week closure that we did have, that was the reason why.
Okay.
So.
One thing I saw, it was just, and this is coming from, my background's been mostly fine dining, and I have different people that have worked for me for the years or whatnot, and we had this, I'm friends with a bunch of them, and so one of them was working at a very famous steakhouse, and it's been so hard because owners are trying to adapt, and I think that, one of the best practices is just to fully disclose what's going on. And it was like looking from a labor perspective, is like, okay, we're going to open all this outdoor dining space now, or they shut down the city blocks and they did the alfresco dining kind of thing, and it was, that's so hard on staff, and I just heard different staff members because, I had a really great crew that worked for me for many years, and then when I went independent, I kind of gave recommendations for them all to go work at new hotel that was opening up and a new restaurant, the Friends Restaurant Group that was opening, and they worked there, but it was like every time, I had a sommelier that worked for me, and he was like, the biggest problem I've had is like, owners have to make these decisions that are like, detrimental to like the whole crew. They have to make financial decisions, and that lies on their shoulders. But the impact of your reputation, how you treat your staff, how the how the communication channels are, owners don't want to go get quoted all the time. Some of them do, some people want to, but some of them are just like telling managers, hey, shut it down, or, fire these people, or, we got to look out for these priorities. And I've had people come to me like, they're not following any of the rules. They're not telling, it's just crazy. And then you have management too that are just leaving. They're just, I can't handle this anymore. And so you have managers leave, you have people going, you have staff going like, I've seen this steakhouse now, no sommelier, no lead bartender, none of the liquor lists are updated, none of the wine lists are updated. They're just wandering around the cellar looking for stuff. You have people that are very demanding, that when you're in a fine dining establishment, you do expect a certain level of service. Not trying to talk bad about Vegas, but this is depressing. What's going on here? Like, I'm like beautiful hotels and all that stuff, but I waited 45 minutes at Starbucks at 6:30 this morning. Like, that's crazy. And it's like, I still tip 25% because I want to, take care of the staff, and I'm glad that they're here. But like, where are we going with this? And where, and I think that, as they do lift, California's talking about changing what unemployment's available now and things like that as they reopen. Things I'm scared about are just people that shifted out of this industry completely. For a long time, San Diego relies on students from SDSU to fill in the hostess positions, busboy, food runners. That's all I hired for years, and some of them become career servers. But when I talk to people now, they're like, no, we don't have busboys anymore. There's no one at the door. You have one manager kind of like trying to do everything. And so and the complaints from the senior veteran servers or sommeliers or people that really have made this a career that didn't go exempt, that didn't become management, they're just like, there's no communication. There's nobody out there that's like taking care of their staff. And I think that the ways to survive this going forward and ways to rebuild this is, you need to get. I have friends that are here that run wine programs for this company, MGM and whatnot, and been buyers here for 20 years, and then now they're at a spot where they're laid off and they move back to the Midwest somewhere. They're just, I'm out. And you had a lot of students going, I'm remote now. And even me, like, as soon as that contract ended, because I was working on a partnership deal, and when I was out of contract, they said, well, the PPP doesn't pay for contractors, so later. And I was like, understood. And I wasn't offended, but I was like, man, this is kind of a crazy way to do this. And then we get to a point where, like, people that are willing to work for a $45,000 salary or $50,000 salary in a high, tier 1 market, they're doing that to learn, and they're doing that to like move forward. But if it's not in a position where there's mentors, and there's not a position where there's people that are willing to take care and show you the next ropes, I think a lot of people give up on this stuff. And you look at the demographic of Gen X that was like kind of in that management area right now, that's like department heads, there's not enough of them to mentor the amount of millennials out there, or Gen Z at this point. And so one of the things I look at is how do we recover this? And yeah, there's online learning and people learn about wine now online, and there's ways of that, but there's really no mentorship that is teaching people about hospitality, how to take care of people, how to prioritize, guest needs, how to not say something that's going to get you in trouble legally. There's all those things. And so, I feel like there's going to be, eventually there will be a lot of lawsuits, and I hope not. I don't want people, but the people that stuck through it and the people that were honest with their employees and stuck through it and were just upfront with people and kept people involved, at least in the communication cycles, was probably one of my, I guess, best practices that I would mention, because the people that I hear from are the ones that hey, they implemented this new tip pool and they didn't tell us anything about it. I don't even know how I make money anymore. I'm just clocking in, and it's just because they don't, they have an ethic thing. They don't want to just sit at home, but some people do. But it's been an interesting time for me as far as watching those things happen. And I'm well, I can reach out to these owners and offer my guidance, because I've dealt with a lot of line employees. But when you're asking for what you need to make and there's no PPP and there's no income, you kind of watch that not land anywhere. So
I totally agree with you, Woody. I think myself and my company have been very fortunate to work with, young owners that truly care about their employees, and been fully transparent with all the decisions that have been made. We have pre-shift meetings regularly. We talk about what's coming down the pipeline. We ask them for each and everyone's opinion. Again, taking care of your employees is very important for, loyalty, but also growing your business. So, we just implemented a 401k program for all employees, not just for managers. So I think that's huge. We provide a free meal per day, per the shift that you work. And we also have full medical, dental, and vision benefits as well. So, us as a company, we're growing, and, we take that in stride. We like to promote from within, but obviously if we can't, then we will, seek that talent out. And again, I've just been very fortunate to actually talk to the owners directly and give them my opinion and my advice, but also, pass on my communication from my hourlies to let them know how they're feeling, especially during this time. And we've just been very fortunate. So,
what do you think the future? One of the things I've seen is a lot of restaurants I've opened, you're hand in hand with commercial real estate. You have these buildings that nobody wants the first floor empty. You want to have restaurants. You want to have everybody living above have a cool place to live and go. I don't know if the big glitz and glam is going to be sustainable. I don't think minimum wage can afford a large brigade system. I think that we lose a little bit of the romance of with tablets and all of that stuff. I love them. I love from a operator's standpoint. I love that I can run inventory live with and then have toast and then have people standing there and putting orders in quickly and printing chits or just going completely paperless. That's a dream, but I think we lose some of that, and it makes me curious about what the future of all this is. The cocktail, having professional wine programs. I consulted on a program where people were looking for iPad, and basically you're FaceTiming beverage professionals. And I was like, that's a crazy, I was like, I don't know how that's going to work, because we're not going to be live with inventory, and so from an operator standpoint, I don't know if I would want to invest or put in, $2 million in TI money to build out a full restaurant with full service like that. I think the future is going to be a lot of these smaller, even with the ghost kitchens that are going on where, Chuck E. Cheese is now selling meatball sandwiches under some fake name, and you're like, what is going on? I don't know what the future is on those. So I'm curious to see, what do you think the future is on restaurants in general? Do you think it's going to stay smaller or corporate or?
I think I can't really speak from the full side service of it. I totally understand what you're saying, but I know from the quick serve service model, going contactless and using tablets is the way to go. Obviously right now, since we're just getting California opened up, but it's really good for people that do want to look for a space because landlords are giving them the space at a way lower price and way
Right.
lower rent. So if you can do that, but I think you just have to be able to adapt and talk to other people in the industry that have been successful and see what they're doing. It may or may not work for you, but if it is successful for somebody, then it probably works.
I think, one of the things I would probably recommend to owners is to find a vesting schedule for management positions. I've seen so many managers or owners that would they'll make that offer to like a chef because you don't want to lose your image, you don't want to lose that chef, and so you keep them around. The GM can disappear and no one cares. It's it's just a new GM comes in. But if you lose your chef, there's a whole rebrand that you kind of got to do a lot of times. So, but losing that GM, you're losing morale, you're losing staff, all those things that somebody can kind of run that ship. And I mean, my recommendation, honestly, to go forward would be consider setting up a 2-year vesting schedule to give someone a percentage points on that, because that's something that hasn't been really looked at much for front of the house or kind of journalists. It's been mostly like that chef to make it his restaurant, give him some ownership. But I think that we're at risk of this transient behavior of younger workers. I don't blame them. You know what I mean?
For
But
sure.
that era is gone, and a lot of people have always looked at, work somewhere forever, and nobody. I mean, if you're on social media or TikTok or anything, there's nobody cares about, I worked here 20 years. It's just not a thing anymore. So I think if we kind of look at the future of how do we make a sustainable business practice and how do we survive this, I think we have to make agreements and that's one of the things I did. I had a partner at Vino now. I had a dear friend of mine that, she owns this marketing company, and it just got to a point where she was like, listen, she offered it to me in March. And it was she's like, I would love to bring you on because, and I said, well, I got time on my hands right now because restaurants aren't doing anything. And I got in with her, and now I'm running Zoom courses, and I'm helping people do remote events, and I'm, remotely onboarding clients to marketing thing. It's not anything that I can't do, but it was not the line of work I've done for 20 years. It was more something that I adapted to. But the main thing that really supported was her openness to say, hey, I'm going to bring on a partner. And it was something like that where I'm like, yes, of course, I care about this company and I want to own it metaphorically, own my position and own how we take care of our staff. And I think that is a thing to consider for people that are trying to manage or hold together a big picture.
Agreed. Questions?
Questions? Anybody want to talk about anything specific on this subject, or?
No.
All right.
I guess we did our job then.
You got any more notes?
Not really.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Is there any kind of support that the industry can be doing to help the individual owners, like the National Restaurant Association? Is there something they could be doing to assist? Is there something the government could be doing to assist to help create some stability in restaurants going forward?
I honestly think that's the next step. You know what I mean? Like what we're looking for. I think it was too dark or not dark. Dark is in a unknown. We couldn't see through the fog. And I think that now, as this reopening is happening, we do need. I think that we do need to consider. I know there was this California bill that was going for a long time, and everybody was looking, or the restaurant bill, and I don't know how much that never really panned out. I know California has given out a bunch of grants now, and we're working on some of those things. But it was from a support aspect. I watched the sommelier. There was a sommelier fund that got raised because they were the first ones to get let go. And it was all these people that I've known for 20 years that run beverage programs, which is the most profitable piece of your industry. It was just well, we can't keep this dead weight around. So all those SOMs got let go. And then what we did is we went around, there was a SOM fund, or United Sommelier Foundation, that was created. And then we hit up all the wineries that we've sold their wines for years. And those wineries donated over $1 million to help, SOMs are not the whole world, it's a very specific niche piece, but it was something that kind of came together, and it was those pieces made sense. You know, I reached out to, you know, wineries that I've worked with for years, and I said, listen, I want to continue to work with you in any way I can. And those were, you know, those conversations happened. You know, the future of, you know, same with events. You know, like watching, you know, I don't know what the future of events. You know, this is looking promising that we're, you know, on the road back. You know, I'm excited about that because I've done Pebble Beach Food and Wine, LA Food and Wine, Aspen Food and Wine for the last 5 years. I've done SomCon East Coast, West Coast for the last, you know, 4.5. And those were like big, huge events that were like a lot of food and wine gets pumped through those things, and it really supports the marketing of what that industry is. And to watch that kind of dry up and we don't know what's going to happen, I think that I don't think those businesses are going away. You know, I don't think, you know, Bacardi or Don Julio or any of the big liquor brands are going away. I just think it's something that everybody needed to wait and get through that. And they were doing fine in retail. Retail took care of, you know, their needs. But to build back that other sector is going to be something that we're going to have to support. And I think that there will be those pieces. You know, I think that as these businesses struggle, but I think the main thing is having a house, and those restaurants are going to be first. So I think that the commercial real estate piece is going to help when they drop rent and make a restaurant able to do it. Because I mean, I had my rent was $30,000 a month for this one place that we were in San Diego, and that was nuts. Like, it wasn't sustainable, but we were pumping the machine, you know what I mean? Like the celebrity chef was going, and we had the place wasn't vacant, and everybody was doing their job. You know, the restaurant investors might not have made any cut, but it was a good piece, and those pieces all tie together. So I think that if we give restaurants, I think the biggest thing is either break on rent, subsidies. I think that a natural, you know, the water's going to find its path, you know, like, and it might be a new way that the tributary of the river goes down, but I don't know a specific answer that's going to make the biggest difference, you know. But I think that if you look at a regular P&L, you look at how you're supposed to profit in a restaurant, and you're like 30, you know, you have a break-even point, and that is all depending on your fixed expenses. And I think your fixed expenses, if that gets a break somewhere, then the rest of the cost of goods can take care of itself. I think cost of goods will manage itself. But the break-even point on rent was inflated to a point where, you know, it keeps going until it stops. So now here we are. Did that answer your question, or I'm kind of all right? Anyone else? All right.
Yeah, well, I guess that's it.
All right.
Well, thank you guys for your time.
We'll wrap this and we'll have a break.
Yeah.
So thank you guys.
Thank you so much for that fireside chat. That marks our lunch break. So I will see everybody back here at 1:20 as our next session, 1:20. Thank you.
Check, 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 check. Check.
over from here and give us more insights. Please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. It allows your management teams to collaborate, plan, and track their response and share information. It's about giving your response teams the tools that they need to know what's happening and to make better decisions when it counts the most.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Without further delay, let's quickly get started on our next session. In addition to revolutionizing so many critical industries, AI and big data have been making inroads in the world of food production, too. By means of this session, the speaker will study the implication of this development. Please join me in welcoming Ron Rossetti, the founder and CEO of Peace, Love, and Little Donuts. Welcome him to the stage. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you coming to listen. Let me give you a little bit of background, if you can, about myself and about my perspective, which I hope is going to be something that you gain some value from. 13 years ago, I started a little tiny donut shop, and I say tiny, I mean 204 square feet tiny. And no one, including me, thought it was going to do what it did. It ended up being the little engine that could, and it overcame a gigantic 2008, 2009 downturn in the economy, and it became what it is today. We have 35 stores in 15 states, and we survived the pandemic. So it's hard for me to not think that I'm blessed and very fortunate to still be kicking, alive and kicking. So I started off not in the food business. I think I worked at McDonald's when I was a kid, but I think that's the closest I ever came to being in the QSR space, the quick service restaurant space. I was in the ministry for years and years, and that background, I think, gave me what I would claim to be my understanding of the human condition. And that has been very helpful when it comes to dealing with people and employees and really just trying to get your ideas and your goals implemented. So it's been a very exciting and diverse ride. But today we're going to talk about how artificial intelligence and big data are changing the food and the beverage industry. It's interesting how all this began. Okay, here's a kind of crude version of how artificial intelligence began. Somebody put their finger up in the air to feel for something. And this is a software upgrade. This is 2.0 finger in the air, right? Wet finger in the air works way better than just finger in the air. And that is how everything sort of began. People began to observe the world around them. They began to form opinions about what they liked and they don't like. And then they told other people about those opinions. They shared them. Observation has always been the foundation of any analysis. It's what's observable. What's interesting here is that big data has changed quite a bit because it gives you the ability to observe way more than is humanly possible. I have 35 stores, and I can't possibly, even with the use of our cameras, be in all my stores at the same time observing the human interactions between a customer and our staff. So not being able to do that, I have to do what's the next best thing is I have to try and look at what is happening digitally. And I have to try and collate that information in a way that helps me make better decisions. Food and beverages have always had to appeal to people that were their intended consumer. That is the appearance, the aroma, the colors, the name of the item or the dish, and of course the price. These continue to drive product consumption and acceptance all over the world. And to deviate from those raw realities is to make potentially really big mistakes. Example, New Coke, right? I mean, how a company that's as big as Coca-Cola could have a colossal failure like that is just epic. When you look at that, you think, wow, it must be easy to make a mistake, especially one that involves the gigantic number of people and the amount of money they spent. So now software and data have become what I consider to be a product looking for a buyer. the development and the use of this data is what's driving change in the industry. And more of that is a product looking for a buyer than it is a consumer looking for a solution. Because most entrepreneurs are they're under the guise of sort of self-delusion. They believe they understand enough of what it is they know in order to continue to do what they're doing. It's only when they run into some conflict that they begin to reach for something that they might not know. Maybe there's something here that I don't know, and I need to find a solution. So my perspective on big data and AI is one that's relatively skeptical, because I don't believe that necessarily all the data in the world is helpful or necessary, nor is AI necessarily a great solution to a problem. It may simply be a bigger problem to a problem that you maybe didn't have in the first place. Not that they can't be helpful, but it's very tricky. It's a very tricky landscape. What AI has done is it's given programmers a chance to create an algorithm that predicts a methodology. Very much like an assembly line would put together something that had to do with physical products. AI is an assembly line of thinking. And it takes presuppositions and it jams them into a process by which it measures and it weights certain things. How important is a customer's preference for color over a customer's preference for aroma? That needs to be dictated. Somebody's got to weight those pieces of data. They have to say that this is stronger than that. And that's where the thing can sort of get dicey. So you have to ask yourself, who's putting together these algorithms, first of all? So what AI doesn't do yet is predict the future. It does do a pretty good job of compiling information from the past and asking good questions. And I think that's one of the things it can be really good for. It can make you think in ways that you don't think. For example, some of the diversity and backgrounds of people that have been on this stage it's been very valuable to me. As I hear from people who were in the tattoo business before they got into the natural oils business. And you might think that those two things don't really help each other, but I think they tremendously help one another, because that guy has a unique perspective on the world that only a guy who was in the tattoo industry would know. So he can solve problems differently, he thinks outside the box, and a lot of times it's those folks who create new value, right? So AI doesn't really do a lot of what I want it to do yet, but it can. Now, some of the trends. AI was created with good instincts, and it could potentially be very helpful in identifying emerging trends and opportunities. For example, bacon is all the rage. I've always loved bacon. I don't know anybody, the people who don't love bacon have never loved bacon, but people who love bacon could eat it at every meal. And you think, how is that a secret? If you've ever, there's never enough bacon in my house. We go through pounds of it, and it just doesn't matter how much we make, there's just more mouths to feed. Everybody shows up, and it smells wonderful, and it's probably not good for you, right? Given that. But when we put bacon on a donut, it became a big deal. And we didn't do it because some trend told us that, bacon is the new thing. We did it because we love bacon, right? And so it's interesting how when you do what you love, things tend to work out better for you. So AI does this food and beverage analysis pretty well, because it takes the sales information that's actually happening regionally, nationally, and even globally, and boils it down into information that you can digest. It says, here's what's selling today. And if you juxtapose that information up against past information, then you can say, okay, well, this is a trend. Now, bacon becoming more prevalent is a trend because more people are offering it. And the more you have something to sell, it's surprising how many people will sell it. So once it gets on the menu, it becomes an option. And so a lot of folks use information like this in order to make decisions on what they're going to add to the menu and maybe what they're going to take away from the menu. Transitions for food and beverage are going to be interesting because the size of the organization that you work for is going to end up dictating whether or not you can get to this information. Number one, it's expensive, and number two, it's tough to find a way to cost it. The ROI on assimilation of this kind of information is hard to track. It's hard to say, well, if we hadn't have known this, we wouldn't have done that, and that has been a game changer for us. Every once in a while, there's a moment like that. You get a light bulb that goes off. But most of the time, you just end up with more questions. Like, what's the reason for that? And the reasons for things often do not accompany the data. So you've got to ultimately roll up your sleeves and try and figure it out. The best source of that information is probably your own workers, your own employees. They often know all this stuff, and they know it because whoever's waiting on customers day in and day out will tell you what the trend is and tell you what people like and tell you what people don't like. But most of the time, we don't ask them. So AI can make a big company smaller by taking information and putting it in places where decisions can be made that normally would only end up by owners and stakeholders. So a lot of folks get information that they normally necessarily wouldn't have exposure to. So it can make a big company act small. And let me tell you, for one thing I know for sure is that if you're small, you have the greatest advantage in the world, and that is speed. You could change on a dime. You have 2 locations. If tomorrow you became absolutely certain that something was true that you're not doing, you could change and do it. When you have 200 stores, not as easy. You have supply chain problems. I've got stores in Oregon. I've got stores in Florida. I've got stores in Michigan. I've got stores in Texas. I've got stores in Myrtle Beach, and I have stores at the Jersey Shore. And all of those present unique problems to any kind of line extension or change of menu or anything. So when you're small, you're what's called fleet of foot. You have speed, and you can make changes quickly. And those changes, good or bad, are the greatest advantage to someone, because big companies cannot do what you do. Can't do it. So I think it can make a big company look smaller, but it probably is not going to make a small company look bigger. In other words, it just gives you information that's probably not that helpful. You're better off really with your wet finger in the air, talking to your own customer, identifying what your customer wants, and are they willing to pay what you're asking them to pay for the thing that you're trying to sell, the service or goods. A lot of data looks like information, for example. When I was a young man, I went to work for one of my teachers in school. His dad had a business, and so I had a little summer job helping him out. And he was 80 years old. He worked in a two-car garage, and I would show up at this two-car garage and help him out. And you know what he built? Stairs. He built staircases in that little two-car garage, and he would install those staircases into homes that were either being built or being renovated. And I was just amazed at how he could go into the house, make literally 2 measurements, and go back into the shop, build a set of steps, and come and set them in place, and they fit perfectly. And I said to him, how does that work? He goes, a Pythagorean theorem. I said, what? He goes, yeah, we use the Pythagorean theorem. I still knew what that was. I was in high school, so I said, a squared plus b squared. He goes, exactly. That's how you build a set of stairs. I go, you're kidding me. He goes, nope. And so he showed me how to do it. And every day we had a calculator, and we would do a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and it would show us the rise and the run, and then therefore it would dictate the number of treads that you had, and all of a sudden you're in the stair business. And I said, can you make a set of stairs without the Pythagorean theorem? He goes, nope. He goes, you can, they won't fit. He goes, this is just the reality of it. I was shocked by the fact that some 80-year-old man was using what I would consider to be useless math to do something that was absolutely a necessity in his world. So information becomes something that is valuable to you. Data may or may not be of any value. And that's something that, as a decision maker, you have to look at. You have to say, how much data is too much? And maybe this data is not helpful. Everybody's gotten, clickbait before, so they've been down the rabbit hole. But I can tell you that the problem is time. It's the one thing that no one has any more of than anybody else. You might be willing to burn the candle at both ends, but ultimately, we all have 24 hours in a day and 7 days in a week. So the question is, what are you doing with that time with regard to data, analysis, and decision making? So data has always been available to farmers, restaurant owners, and food retailers, and it's what you do with that data that can transform it into information. A wet finger in the air is sometimes better than mountains of analysis. For perfect example is Krispy Kreme. They had a company that was just literally running like gangbusters. They had an IPO back in the, I think, 90s. It was supposed to open at 18. Instead, it opened at 92. And then it split, and then it split again, and then it split again. And so you had a just runaway success story. And some of the biggest names in really entertainment were becoming franchisees of Krispy Kreme. They were buying giant area development deals. And then what happened? Well, they sort of got a little bit ahead of themselves. And 2001 came, and there was a thing called the Atkins diet that basically cut their legs out from under them. And then there was 9/11, which changed a lot of the patterns that people had in their lives. Those two things combined to be almost a perfect storm. And Krispy Kreme lost a tremendous foothold in the United States. Now, they've continued to grow globally because the global market wasn't as affected by 9/11 as we were. And of course, Atkins isn't a global phenomenon. It's really much a United States phenomenon. So they were able to sidestep the US market, leave the market alone, and now they've come back to it, and they're actually trying to do another IPO, which I just found out about today. It's hard to see the future, but every one of us has got to predict the future. It's why you take an umbrella. It's why you walk instead of take a vehicle. It's why you plan a trip to the beach. You're trying to predict the future. And to the extent that we're any good at it is really ultimately what decides our success, how much we achieve based on what we were trying to accomplish. A lot of information can actually create what's called paralysis, the paralysis of analysis, right? You get into this idea where the more I get a chance to look at, the better decisions I'm going to make. And that tends to not necessarily be true. You can look at way too much information, and then you can get caught up in the idea that information is valuable when it's really, data is valuable when it's really information that it is. And someone has to convert that data into information. If that's not your job, then you're relying on others to do that job. And that's a huge reliance. Very important step is somebody providing you with information. For example, let's say you were driving on a road that was very foggy and you couldn't see very far in front of you. And you come up upon a person that's standing on the side of the road and they're waving their arms and they're screaming. And you don't have your window down, so you really can't hear what they're saying because you're listening to the music and you're just enjoying your little foggy ride through the countryside. Well, they're jumping up and down and telling you that the bridge is out. And you're headed towards a bridge that doesn't exist. Now, that's information, right? That's just not data. That's information, but you've decided that I'm not going to necessarily accept that information because I got my window rolled down and I'm not stopping to hear what somebody jumping up and down and waving is telling me. Again, you are vulnerable and don't realize it, and somebody else has information that could really help you and you've not necessarily identified it, okay? That would be what in business is called a fatal error, right? So, the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, if anybody in here has ever read that or know of it, it's a relatively common construct of a way to analyze or observe behavior. And these 7 habits were identified as these are the things that successful people often do that are things that you can do and emulate some of their and maybe gain some success. That's a super helpful process because it's really easy to understand and it's easy to find your way through it. And it gives you a framework, if you will, of analysis. You can then take a look at a behavior and say, is this something that's fitting into the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, or is this not fitting in? Right? Playing video games all day. Not in the matrix of habits of highly effective people, unless that's what you do, is create video games, and that's a different story. But so we have real affecting behaviors and things that happen to us that can change the outcomes of our lives. And those things, even though there are people that spend a lot of time and energy trying to predict them and tell you what they're going to be, they're very hard to predict. For example, the weather. I don't know about you, but the weather is often, they're so wrong about the weather where I live in Pittsburgh, it's just funny. I would tell you that weather is the largest influence on our traffic in our donut shops, period, bar none. If you said pick one thing that is the most determining, I would say weather. But it's funny, on a really nice day, it could mean everybody comes to the donut shop. But on another almost identical day, nobody comes. Why? Well, if you've had a string of bad days and you have one good day, then everybody wants to get out. If you've had a string of great days and you have one more great day, now people are like, well, there's always going to be another great day, so I don't have to go out of my way today to go get donuts. So it's interesting how that exact same scenario is not necessarily have the same effect. It really depends on how it is, where it is in the process of weather, where it is, how it is that people perceive it. So sometimes schools are out on Monday, and you get clobbered with kids. I can remember the biggest day I was working by myself, and I showed up, and I was the only one in the shop, and I got clobbered. It was a great getting clobbered, but it taught me that you should look at the school calendar, and you should identify that there's an in-service day on this Monday, and X number of kids are going to be out and about, and their parents often stay home with them, and they go, we got to get these kids out of the house. They're driving us crazy. Let's go get donuts. So that's the kind of thing that it would be nice to know. Seasonal changes, that's often a big determinant, like going from spring to summer or from summer to fall breaks people's patterns and people change. And so identifying that as a potential change factor is very important. Social media and parking and construction and surges in goodwill. Like right now, being in the restaurant business, everybody's sort of nice. It's like people putting up flags after 9/11. You remember how many flags were flying in the United States? It's like 400 million flags were up after 9/11. It was a phenomenon. And now we're in, I think, a different phenomenon where people actually appreciate that we survived the pandemic. I mean, they're like, we're so glad you're open. I can tell you a year and a half ago, that did not happen. Nobody came in and thanked me for just unlocking the door today. But now they realize after how many doors are locked permanently, they realize how important these things are for them to go enjoy. And so they're grateful that you hung in there and put up with it. Let me tell you a little bit about big data. For example, there's a company called FICO. You've heard maybe of the term FICO score. It's related to credit. It was 1956, a company, Fair, Isaac and Company is what FICO stands for. It was created by two gentlemen, Bill Fair and Earl Isaac. And what they did was they provided your credit score to people who were looking to loan you money. So it was a lending product. Lenders were the buyer. Consumers were were what's being sold. We're selling a lender your information. So if you were going to apply for a loan to build a home or buy a car or whatever, somebody would want to find out what kind of a person you are. Financially, are you somebody who pays your bills or are you somebody who doesn't pay your bills? Well, in the 90s, Fair Isaac, FICO, realized that they had a limited number of potential customers. There's only so many lenders in the world. And even when another one opens, they sort of take business away from the ones that are there. So it's not like they're growing the universe of people who are actually buying homes or buying cars. So they saturated the market and they said, we've just sold about as much of credit scores as we can. And then they realized that there's a new marketplace. They took the credit scores of people and they ran them backwards against the collision history of car crashes. And they found out that there was a positive relationship between those who had accidents and those that got into credit trouble. And it was almost a one-to-one exact match. Therefore, they said, we have a new product. We can sell credit scores to insurance companies who will buy and use insurance scoring as a way to determine the premium that they're going to charge you for that insurance. And if you know of Progressive, then you know that's the story of their company. When Progressive started, Progressive only sold two types of insurance. They sold auto insurance to celebrities who they knew if you knew that was a celebrity's car, you're going to key it, or you're going to stick yourself on it and harm and bother them. So they had a lot of vandalism, or people who had terrible, terrible driving records and couldn't buy insurance anyplace else. So they had those two customers. Well, they realized that credit could allow them to enter these other markets safely. And so get this, insurance companies up until Progressive didn't make money. I'll say it again. Property and casualty automobile insurance companies did not make money on the premium. They lost money every year, all the time. Their losses would be 102, 103, 104, 105% of premium. You'd say, well, how do they stay in business? Well, they sit on top of gigantic piles of money, which if you and I did that would be called check kiting, but it's what they do for a living, and they take all that money and they invest it in a Progressive stadium, in a Progressive this, in a Progressive that. And so they began to make money in other ways using the money that premiums were paid prior to being paid out as a claim. Progressive was the first company to actually make money on a premium. They made money on an automobile premium because they were able to reasonably predict when somebody might have an accident. It wasn't perfect, but it was a game changer because it allowed a company that had data to turn it into information that now became valuable to a whole segment of the culture that never valued it before. And now all of a sudden it's huge value. A lot of companies use credit as a determining factor in the premium that they'll charge you. Now, the traditions in food and beverage have been that enormous quantities of data make complex amounts of information. Used to be simple. Here's what you used to ask. What do my customers want? Do I have what they want in the quantity and price that will maximize revenue? That question actually it's fundamental, but it's also forgotten. A lot of people don't ask that question anymore. And you get into the culture of big companies, they often go from, what is it that we do? And they ask that question, and you'll see them divest themselves out of things that they've started doing that they decided, these aren't our core business principles. So we're going to get rid of this, and we're going to get rid of that division, we're going to get rid of that division. And then you get companies who ask this other question, why don't we buy our supply chain? I mean, we buy so much of that from them. Why don't we buy them? We buy a ton of this. Why don't we buy that company? And that way we get to keep the difference between what we pay them and what they spend. So this accordion of going from what do we do and why don't we do something else is the ebb and flow of most businesses, small and large, right? The larger they are, the more colossal sometimes those choices are, and the more that we pay attention to them. Now, big data is a product looking for a buyer, and I've said that already, but you can learn something from big data, especially if your competitors are moving in a direction and you don't necessarily think that's something you need to do. For example, in my business, I'm in the donut business. The last thing we're going to do is become like Dunkin'. I'm never going to be like Dunkin'. I don't want to be like Dunkin' because if I'm going to compete with Dunkin', I got to compete with them where they're weak, not where they're strong. Where are they strong? Coffee. If I had Dunkin's coffee money, I'd burn my money. But they can't give away a donut. Their donuts are frozen and they're brought back to life in a thermalizer, and they've done that and they don't care. They actually dropped donuts from the name because they just don't care about that anymore. Very little, much less of their revenue is now from donuts, whereas my revenue is dominantly donuts. I mean, 90+% of our revenue is donuts. It's hard for me to give away a cup of coffee because people come in and they're like, oh, the donuts, the donuts. And then I think, I'm trying to say, hey, we sell coffee. And they're like, coffee? You have coffee? Oh, yeah, we have tons of coffee. I think it's required by federal law that you sell coffee if you sell donuts. So you can't get away from it. So if you identify using data that people are moving in a direction, it may actually tell you to not do that. Dunkin's moving in a direction that I don't want to go. Dunkin' will never go back to making donuts in front of you, which is what I do. So I have a tremendous USP, unique selling proposition, that provides me with a differentiator. I have a way of differentiating myself. I think it's a better product. My customers tell me they think it's a better product. But ultimately, only time will tell. If Dunkin' ever thinks we should go back to making donuts in every one of our stores, then I'll know that they've seen the little data, which is that our product is a tremendous product. Now, if I was smart enough to have created a little donut ahead of time, then you'd be talking to my secretary's secretary right now, because I'd be on an island and somebody else would be bringing me another cold drink. What happened was I put a donut machine together incorrectly. I didn't have instructions, and it would only make a small donut, and it would not make a regular sized donut, and that's what we refer to as the holy accident. It just so happens that the world wants a smaller donut. What women would like to do is not have to cut a donut up into 20 different pieces and eat them in secret, right? Women will eat our donut in public and take pictures of themselves eating it and put it on their own social media. So when that's happening, that is the definition of what is not broken. Do not try and fix that, because that is something that wouldn't happen anyplace else. In an office complex, they have these gigantic, cinnamon rolls. People would cut up a little piece of it, take it back to their cubicle and come back and get another piece of it, or maybe. But nobody was sitting down with that whole cinnamon roll and going to town, because then that would be news. So what we've discovered was, through an accident, we discovered an opportunity. And that is probably the source of a lot of change, right? A lot of good things. Big data and AI will never tell you that. They only tell you what is happening. They won't tell you what's going to happen. That takes instincts, guts, and I think sometimes, a little alcohol. If there's a surprise in the data, the question is what to do with it. If it's a surprise and you didn't know about it and it's something that's shockingly bad, like all of a sudden our average ring is down 25%. Well, that's a reason to literally roll up your sleeves and figure that out, and you got to figure it out right now. Something's going on. And conversely, if it's something good and you don't understand why it's happening, I would say pour gasoline on it. Find out, in the process of trying to understand it, do more of it. And that takes advantage of the speed at which you can move, and that's your big advantage, right, if you're small. Food and beverage transitions, the size of the organization should decide it. How you utilize it is up to you, and if the data or information is vital or important or useless. That's another thing that the 7 Habits of Highly Effective and some of these other matrix quadrant-based decision-making guides help with, is they help you decide something important. Is it vital, or is it what the Greeks call adiaphora, right? Things indifferent, things that don't matter. It might matter, it might not, but if you decide that it doesn't matter, you might one day maybe go, maybe that does matter, I got to move it into a different quadrant. But ultimately, that's what we decide every day is something vital. In other words, if I don't do something about it today, bad things will happen. If it's important, which means I need to work on it slowly, certainly, and there's probably a deadline involved, or I need to delegate this or just not do it. And that's what you do with information that you have. Now, return on investment, I mentioned. I don't know how you cost this stuff, because I can't imagine that there's any way to explain. It's more of a thing like advertising. If you say you don't do it, everyone else is doing it, so you need to do it. But at some point, if you can get access to the information or data, and you can find a way to compile it in a way that you think makes it valuable, then I would say probably better to have it than not have it. But right now, it doesn't tell me what I really want to know. It just tells me what has happened. Several examples of wrong information, like, my kids get really good. I have 5 adult kids now, and so we lived through the whole raising of those 5 kids. But they would only tell me good things when they happened. Hey, Dad, I got an A. I knew that was the information that made it to me. But the other stuff never, the C's, the D's, the F's, never, no conversation about this. It wasn't full disclosure, it was filtered, right? So that's the problem with information, is it often gets filtered before you get it. My kids are filtering it because they think, oh, the old man will love that I got an A. But of course, when I hear that, I know there's 5 things that they're not telling me that make me want to drill into the whole, like, tell me again, who's your teacher? We got to find out. Are you doing your homework? All the questions that you should ask that didn't have anything to do with what you were told. In fact, what you were told just taught you, here's what I should ask. The other thing is the communication piece that's requirement of data analysis and any kind of machine learning. Human-to-human communication is the most vital thing in any organization, period. People call it people, but that's just another way of saying it. It's really the way people communicate. And it's what they tell each other, and it's how they communicate that makes, again, organizations great. We call it culture, we call it our people, our greatest asset, but when it comes down to it, it's, are you asking questions? Are you listening to the answers? And are those answers changing the way you see the world? And if that's not happening, then you're obtuse. You've taken your fingers off the pulse of your business, and you are, at some point, probably going to have to put your fingers back on the pulse. That's the reality of the world. It's very current, it's very now, and if you don't stay on top of it, it will literally run away with you. So, good instincts are what you want them to have. Now here's some blind sides and blunders, and I'll finish up. If everybody's getting the same quote-unquote intelligence or data, then everyone's going to be moving in the same direction. If everybody starts doing bacon, you think bacon's going to be that sexy anymore? Anything that's common becomes less special by definition. In other words, if there was one place in Las Vegas to get our donuts, it would be way different than if there were 30 places. One place would be a beacon of interest and everybody would be worth going to and all the buzz. And then but if you could literally not turn a corner without running into one of my donut shops, it would be ho-hum. It would be, oh well, yeah, there's another one. We don't need it today. Maybe we'll get them tomorrow. But most of our markets, people decide they're going to absolutely stop because they're afraid that they're not going to get another chance. Is innovation sustainable? And I love the word sustainable because it makes me sick most of the time, but only because of how commonly it's used. I don't mind the idea of it. What I can't stand is how it's become the reason for our existence, right? Let me tell you what's really sustainable. Profit, okay? Profit dictates sustainability. If your goods or services do not meet the first law of marketing, which is profitable volume in a single product or service, then you are in some ways needing to be subsidized. Somebody else is paying, some investors, there's some kind of money that's giving you have a burn rate that exceeds your revenue. Now, a lot of companies go years without making a profit. Rarely are they privately held, but it's happened. But if you raise a mountain of money, and then you have to raise another mountain of money, and you've got to raise another mountain of money, often something is horribly wrong. And nobody's willing to admit it or accept the fact that it might be wrong, but that's just the truth of it. When I started off, I would show up at a Bible study with some guys, and it was the end of a Sunday. It was a Sunday afternoon, and the donut shop was closed, and we had an old-style cash register that just rang up sales. It didn't tell you what your sales were. So I would go to this Bible study, and I'd have these cargo shorts on, and I would have pockets full of cash, right? Because when we started, we were cash only. And my buddies often were very kind, and they'd say, so how did the shop do today? And I'd say, I don't know. They go, what do you mean you don't know? I'd say, I haven't counted it yet. They go, you haven't counted the money? I go, no. They said, let's see. And I'd take out these wads of cash, and I would set them on the table. There's a lot of ones and fives, right? But it just, to guys who never see cash, they get paid their paychecks, they're pilots or whatever, they never see cash. This to them was the greatest sight in the world. Their eyes got this big, gigantic sized baseball eyes, and they would just have the funnest time counting that little bit of money. And I realized that, I didn't have any idea what it cost me to make a donut. When I first started, I had no idea. In fact, the first time I had a franchisee, they said, what's it cost? How much is the icing that you put on the donut? I said, I have no idea. They go, well, how do you know you're making money? I go, because every week I go buy more stuff, and that big pile of money is still there. kind of like wet finger in the air, but that's the data that I was going by. Is all of a sudden I realized that week to week to week to week, there'd be more money than there were expenses, and that is what we call sustainable, right? So sustainability is often overlooked, as in something else needs to be sustainable. Ultimately, that thing makes everything else possible. So if a business, if a company, if a CEO doesn't have the mindset of true sustainability, which is the 400 employees that they want to keep working, they would like my company to continue to exist, I have to pay attention to that, because if I'm not a good steward of what I'm given, then ultimately one day I got to tell them, we closed. We didn't make it. Sorry, go home. And a lot of people, that would be bad news, let alone our customers. So last thing I'll mention is trade dress, because this is a big, important topic. And innovation is an important part of what all of us do. In the food and beverage industry, innovation drives everything. Problem is now that we have this nasty thing called the internet, everyone has a voyeuristic opportunity to look over your shoulder and watch exactly what you do. And some people help with that. They actually produce a little guide to what their life is, and they tell everyone what they're doing all hours of the day and night. I think when people copy other people and they don't have any idea that that's the theft of intellectual property, they do a disservice to the world. And they also do a disservice to anybody who's an innovator, because if you've ever truly innovated, then you know that what people say, being copied is the greatest, what do they say? It's the greatest compliment. Yeah, BS, okay? It's theft. And it reduces your opportunity, and it reduces your ultimate impact that you can make in the world. Perfect example is frozen yogurt. The industry of frozen yogurt blew up. Remember, you'd walked in with your kids and you bought 4 or 5, whatever, tubs of yogurt and 52 different toppings your kids threw on top of it. And then it turned into soup that nobody would eat, and you threw it all the way out, and it was $45. And you walked out of there having served yourself and having placed that on a little scale and paid some ridiculous amount of money to someone who probably was still in school. And you left there thinking, oh no, I could do this. And so what happened is every brand that just literally sprouted up out of nowhere. Bob's Your Uncle frozen yogurt. And then another store would pop up, and down the street would be another frozen yogurt place. And eventually what happened? They all cannibalized themselves. There was probably not enough business for one yogurt shop in that town instead of 4. And because it was so easy to understand it, because it was so easy to copy it, people copied it without thinking. So trade dress is actually a very important topic. I could speak a whole different thing on trade dress, but let me tell you this. Trade dress can save innovators, because it's the one thing you can police, especially in a world that wants to take pictures of and then tell everyone else that that was their idea when it was really yours. Now, we've been making our donuts the way we've been designing them, the way we've been decorating them since 2009. And I have proof of that because there's a picture of every one of them on the web. Facebook's been good for one thing, and that it's archived everything we've ever done. So when some shop pops up in Atlanta or in Indianapolis and they claim to, this is their idea, I can say, you know what, it's not your idea. You copied us lock, stock, and barrel, and now I can serve a cease and desist note on them and tell them to stop. And trade dress is the savior when it comes to that. So look it up. Taco Bell just beat up on Del Taco over trade dress. It went to the Supreme Court. So this is a huge topic among innovators, because it's better than non-disclosure agreements and covenants not to compete. So if you ever tried to actually protect something, you'll know what a fool's errand it is, because it's so expensive and so hard to do. Branding, the first law of marketing I mentioned, and big I and AI and big data would never predicted us. It would have never said, here's what you need to do is a smaller donut with really cool toppings, and you need to create a 70s environment, play 70s music all the time, and use music as kind of a conduit. It just would not have predicted it. Now, catering events. So we started making donuts on site at weddings, and no one's ever done it before. We did it because someone was crazy enough to ask us to do it, and we were crazy enough to not to say no. So we would pull our equipment out of the store and roll it into a trailer, and we would take it to someplace, and we'd set it up, make donuts, and we'd pull it all out, and before the next morning we had it open, we would put all their equipment back. And that created a great opportunity for us, but it would have been nothing that would have ever come to us on our own. It really was, again, another holy accident. And then this is the last thing. I bought a creepy old van. It's so funny because I was so proud of it. It was a 1989 Chevy van. It was primer white and rusting out. And I bought it from a radio station that just had to get rid of it. I paid $900 for it, and I was so excited because it had a good inspection, 4 good tires, and I thought, for $900, I can beat this thing. You spill your coffee in it, I don't care. You just pour your coffee out, and I wouldn't care. And I brought it home, and my wife and kids said, "What's that?" I go, "It's my new van. It's so awesome." They go, "You can't drive that van." I go, "What do you mean I can't drive it?" That's a perv van, Dad. That's a creepy van. That's a creeper van. This is my kids. Creeper van. I said to my wife, "You're not right. This isn't right. You're not serious." She goes, "Oh no, it's a thing. You can't." I mean, this is the sketch that they draw of every guy who's ever been creepy in the world. It's been this van. It's like his cargo van. I'm like going, this is not, oh Lord. So I had this guy who was painting our signboards and painting our menu boards, and I said on a Friday, I said, "Marcy, come on." She followed me out there. I drove down his driveway. He goes, "What are you doing?" I go, I got your new project here. And I drove my van down his driveway. He goes, "What do you want me to do with it?" I said, "I don't care what you do with it, but when I come back on Tuesday, it better not be a creeper van." And so what did he do? He hand painted the thing. You see an example of it here on the right. He hand painted the thing top to bottom. And it looks like it's been tie-dyed. Our symbols are all over it. And I tell you, I don't know anything I could put on that van that would be photographed more or videoed more. I'm driving down the road, and when you're inside, you really can't see it. But you drive by, and people are filming you, and they're going, thumbs up. And you think, what are they? Oh, it's the van. Because you think somebody knows you. But this van is, again, another giant accident that turned into a blessing. So the human factor is really important. Ted says the reason why people look at it is because it's imperfect. It has imperfections, and it draws your eye. So that's the story. I don't know if anybody has any questions. I'd be happy to answer questions. There's somebody in the back.
Is on? Yeah. Hey, thank you very much. Hey, I spoke about big data, not really big data, but artificial intelligence, machine learning yesterday, and I just have one minor point of contention about your presentation.
Sure.
So, first of all, I think big data is more more noise than signal for the most part, and I think people are moving away from that term. And where I take kind of contention with you is when you say it's okay backward looking, but you really can't predict things. I think I want to try to change your mind about that, because on black swan events, like your truck that just came into existence, or things that are unconstrained, where there are factors where you don't know what they're going to be,
right,
you're correct. But where I believe you're incorrect, this is just my opinion, is that if you have a constrained environment where you understand your variables, like your son, for instance, the reason you can't make predictions about your son is because your model is not accurate, because you're not getting the other information.
Right.
Yesterday we talked about if you don't have the right data streams put together, then of course you're not going to have a good prediction model. But what if I told you that I could pretty much tell you what your son's going to get on the SAT based upon his current performance, and 5 years from now, I think I'll win that bet within like a 95% confidence interval, and I will stand on that. So I do believe there are several areas where there is really great predictive modeling, and I would have believed you 10 years ago with what you're saying, but now I do not see that to be the case in so many instances, and mainly because I'm in this business. So, and I'm not defending the industry, I'm just saying that I think what people miss is unconstrained versus constrained environments, and that's a critical factor when talking about data right now.
And I agree 100%, and I think it's the fact that the confluence of those two realities, your reality and my reality, is what makes the world really continue to spin and get better. It's really both. It's not one fighting against the other. It's the fact that you can't really ever do away with wet finger in the air innovation, but you can take advantage of, like you said, constrained environments where information is very predictable, and then you can compile a ton of information all at once and learn a lot. I don't disagree. I agree. Anybody else? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ronald. Now let's take a deep dive into post-COVID recovery. After the world-changing crisis that the pandemic brought about, the need of the hour is to design a resilient food system that's built on the foundation of adaptability, innovation, and empathy. In this next keynote, the speaker will brainstorm the strategies to make this possible. I invite Sherelle F. Edie, the owner and executive chef of Chefs for Seniors LA South Bay, to help us on this topic. The topic will be building food system resilience in a post-COVID world. Welcome them to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations for being awake after lunch. I'm impressed. My name is Sherelle Edie, and I'm the executive chef and franchise owner for Chefs for Seniors, LA South Bay. And, the clicker, here it is. I'd like to just really have a very casual but very important local brainstorming on building food system resilience in a post-COVID world. At the moment, we live in a world that's intertwined with inequitable systems from food to education to health and more, where problems are dynamic, multifaceted, and inherently human. Is there anyone here who had a career choice that's really kind of forced you to educate yourself on food systems? Show of hands. Yeah, I'm sort of in that same boat. I have to raise my own hand in that case. If it weren't for what I see on TV, social media, maybe, the news, it would really be sort of passe, like, okay, I understand that there are some issues with food insecurities, but, how does that relate to me personally? I'm able to go to my Ralph's, my local grocery store, and pick up the things that I need, not only as a chef, but, as a consumer. And so my chef life and love for culinary art has sort of drawn me a little bit closer to seeking knowledge of food system securities and insecurities. Unlike Wayne from EcoGem, Wayne, are you here? Is he back there somewhere? No, he's not here. Or Willie of Ward Laboratories, or particularly David of Grace Harbor Farms. They've been in the conferences. I've been listening to them thus far. Compared to their knowledge, my knowledge is quite infant on our food system and processes, both pre and post-COVID. However, the events of the last year have really, really opened my eyes to the reality that there is really something amiss in both our current US and global food systems, but our preparedness in the face of global emergency is lackluster on a really great day. For the last 14 months, really since the huge announcement about COVID and the sort of imminent stay-at-home orders, I've had an opportunity to work on the front lines as an essential worker in the food service space. While providing services, I eagerly volunteered every waking hour at Dodger Stadium, which was one of the first and certainly the largest testing and vaccination sites. Between clients, I'm doing my chef work. I actually went and volunteered tirelessly in Sean Penn's organization, the Core Community Services, to do outreach and try to reach folks that had not been vaccinated, and I actually still do that today. And again, within the 4 weeks of the announcement of the seriousness of COVID and impending stay-at-home orders, the food insecurity issues went to an absolute free fall. I watched an issue that I saw periodically on the morning, afternoon, and evening news become front and center. The topics were in this order. It was like COVID, fatalities, no food, no water. It kind of went in that order. And it made me nervous. I started to think, okay, this is something that has to be addressed. Now, how we produce and consume foods has a bigger impact on our well-being than any other human activity. As you all know, the food industry is the largest sector of our economy. Food touches everything from our health to the environment to climate change to economic inequalities and even our federal budget. While some immediate and temporary fixes may have been executed, our future reality lies in the big question marks surrounding longevity and sustainability. Here we go. Let's go back a couple slides here. The first one actually never came on. Here we go. So for kicks and giggles, let's review the fundamental basics about the food system concept. So we have to start with growing. Obviously, it's gonna migrate to harvesting, and then our processing. So processing meaning transforming or changing that food into different forms of itself, essentially. Packing and distribution, transporting for consumer access, consumption or consuming, and then the disposal of those foods. I was gonna ask David, was I close, but I think he left the room. It's not only these three mandatory processes, but the inputs needed and the outputs generated at each of these steps. What is food system resilience? Well, let's define resilience first of all. It's the ability to prepare for, withstand, and recover from a crisis or disruption. Now, food system resilience is the being able to withstand and recover from disruptions in a way that ensures a sufficient supply of acceptable and accessible food for everyone. The food and beverage industry has developed a food system resilience to keep this giant, powerful, and very necessary machine operating in the face of unforeseen circumstances against all odds, including but not limited to climate change, global pandemic, natural disasters, waste, and economic inequalities. Having the capacity to produce nutritious, culturally acceptable, and sustainable food is critical to our survival. Additionally, having the ability to choose what we consume is equally important. COVID-19 has proved beyond the shadow of a doubt that we've got some serious changes that we've got to make sooner than later. Our system is broken and it's in dire need of an overhaul. The pandemic not only disrupted the food supply chain, but has also exacerbated the problems of food insecurity and malnutrition across the globe. Crisis, whether natural or human-made, can cause considerable damage to food systems and in turn to the ability of people to access safe, affordable food. Building more resilient food systems ensures a more continual supply of safe, accessible foods for all members of our communities, and change is critical to that. Accessibility and sustainability must be the lead change agents to build food resilience in our current state of the nation and in the world. Partnerships and synergy between governments, local farmers, food assistance programs, and crisis teams with combined resources can more effectively prepare for and respond to crises that disrupt food security for their residents and ensure a secure food supply for our future. In essence, building a food infrastructure, that's a word that I came up with, a food infrastructure, to assist current disaster preparedness plans. COVID-19 has made it clear there needs to be a better supply and demand management when facing these crises. An adaptable system requires many changes, from digitization of operating systems to innovation and more transparent data systems, which is what Ron was just discussing, to improve distribution of food to where it's most needed most quickly. Investment in processing and logistics infrastructure closer to farms is key, sparking sort of a redundancy back into the system. So if we can work with our local farmers, work with our local agencies, come together with a contingency plan, it then creates a sort of a cyclical process that we can continue to reproduce. And we shouldn't necessarily try to fix the existing system, but rather design new structures that nourish us and build on existing relationships within the current food system. You can design with dignity and agency. This is important because the resilience depends upon the resiliency of those who power it. What do I mean by that? The essential workers who make the food system run are at the greatest risk of illness and the lowest ones paid. The reality is that many of these people are of color. Society's racist systems, including food, have marginalized Black and Indigenous people of color and left them more susceptible to the health and economic challenges of COVID-19. The pandemic demonstrates how essential these individuals are and how tenuous their livelihoods are. Given the nature of their work, it is impractical for farmers to maintain the social distance necessary to protect themselves. And for some employers, personal protective equipment is too expensive to provide. Solutions have been swift and well-intentioned, but short-term, unfortunately. Some restaurants created campaigns raising money to cover employee costs, and Portugal extended temporary residency to micro-farmers so that they can access health care. Workers will need employment that can withstand advancing technologies like automation, which will require training and new set of skills which will help them in their future. This is not just a food crisis, but an education crisis. The interlinked nature of our systems means that solutions must have broad scopes and address multiple factors to be sustainable. We have an opportunity to design for dignity and agency. No one knows what's going to happen, but as today's system demonstrates, we know our actions will have impact for years to come. By designing for adaptability, trust, dignity, and agency, we can build a more resilient food system through incorporating what already works. I found that attempting to provide food during the pandemic to our senior population was a challenge as a chef, and quite frankly, as a human being. That led me to understand that there was a need to have some structural changes, some infrastructure issues that needed to be addressed in order to stop the madness, if you will. I was personal witness to the food banks running out of food. People being in line for hours trying to just get a box of food to feed their families. And then the chaos started to happen a couple of months into that. People were cutting lines, taking food from each other, and unfortunately, we had some unsavory individuals that were trying to sell the very food that they had waited so long to get it, to receive from the food banks. And then we had the connectivity disconnect, if you will. So the food was available. However, there wasn't transportation. There was no mechanism to get the food out to the people where they were. So what if you can't get across town to that food? What happens? You're dealing with malnutrition. You're dealing with homelessness and people that have children that are living on the streets without food. This is an issue that has to be addressed. We have to build back better. I've got a video I want you guys to watch about regenerative agriculture.
I'm Attila Kakén from Hungary. We are standing here in Kerekharaszt. This is the field of the Economum Kft. We have 700 hectares of cereal operation. Corn, the main crops are corn, sunflower, wheat currently. And we try to transform our operation to a regenerative agriculture operation. So I started farming about 10 years ago, and I started immediately with the regenerative agriculture practices. Because when I start to work with the soil, I recognize this is not the soil. This is kind of dirt. So it didn't have any life in it, any structure, any living creatures in it. And I wanted to change my soil to a living one. So with a very high humus content, much of carbon, a good soil life. So I wanted to have a fertile soil instead of what I got from the farmers. And I started to find methods all over the world which are capable to change the soil and change the environment as well. And where I find these methods in the States, the United States, especially in North Dakota. And I learned a lot from farmers like Gabe Brown, who is one of the main representatives of this regenerative agriculture. And I try to adapt his methods in Hungary as well. So what we see in the operation of Gabe Brown is he increased the organic carbon content of his soils from 1.9% in some fields to over 10% within 20 years. So it's a proof that the regenerative agriculture practices are working. And what is the regenerative agriculture? It's basically a method which tries to imitate the ecological cycles and the ecology of the grasslands. That means we first try to grow cash crops on the fields, let's say corn, sunflower, wheat, soybean, whatever. And after, we try to plant cover crops which should give the diversification to the soil, which helps to improve soil life. Then we leave these cover crops on the surface, or just roll down, and we plant the next crop into this moist surface. And from that point, we have a lot of benefits because we have better moisture management on the fields. If we have a rainfall, that rainfall could evaporate in the soil or infiltrate in the soil, and it slows down the evaporation during the season. Then if we could integrate the animals into the operation, grazing on the fields during the winter time, autumn, spring, we have the additional benefits of the animals on the field, and also improve the farm profit as well, if we can sell the beef. So what I see in the regenerative agriculture, so this is an almost sustainable way of farming. I mean almost sustainable because if you need gasoline or fossil fuels in the farming, it cannot be sustainable by itself. But at least we try to be as sustainable as we could, use less gasoline, less fuels, less work, and have still good profit and yields.
I found this video extremely interesting because he took what, in my mind, was a very complex subject and turned it into something very, very simple, very, very palatable, something that I could take a look at, understand the purpose of regenerative agriculture. It's a way that we're able to replant and use the proper methods of planting soil so that the plants that we grow actually give back to our environment, and it creates this wonderful circle of regeneration so that we can continue to use our natural resources. This is not something I had an interest in any way, shape, form, or fashion when I went to culinary school. I wanted to cook. I wanted to learn recipes. I didn't realize that maybe the fact that I didn't use a compote for those wastes, the ends of the celery stalks, the stems of strawberries, being able to recreate and use waste to build a better environment. And so it's something I've had an opportunity to learn in the last few months, if you will, and over the last year probably. So because, very honestly, of my infant knowledge about regenerative agriculture and building back into a sustainable and resilient food system, I wanted to turn our Q&A into more of a chat, because I feel like knowledge is power, which we also just discussed, and I wouldn't be doing myself a service if I didn't ask other people in the room who I feel like are professionals in this industry to answer some of these questions to help me be better and learning more about developing a resilient food system. So my first question is, what are some design ideas that would help with building food system resilience? I don't know if anybody has an answer to that question that's still in the room. I know a lot of folks have left. We may not have any persons that'll answer. Any answers to that? That's okay, I'll go do some more research. I'm gonna learn about this. It's becoming more and more interesting. And this conference has certainly increased my intention to learn a lot more about sustaining our current food supply. And then I'd like to know how we can honor and appreciate essential workers responsible for the foundation of farming and food production. Obviously, I want to know that because I ended up being one of those essential workers. Everyone in the world had a stay-at-home order. I'm sorry, I've not been at home a single day since the pandemic started. I mean, from day one, hit the ground running, knowing that the service I provide with Chefs for Seniors was going to require that I get out there and meet these seniors where they are. I even went so far as to do a personal fundraiser so that I could raise money from private donors to go and feed homeless seniors and meet them where they were. They did not have to be my Rolling Hills Estates clients. I didn't require that they be my Manhattan Beach clients or my Redondo Beach clients or my Cliffside clients. If they had a blanket and a corner and they were hungry, it was my job to get food to them. However, I'm one person, and I feel like we as a community have to get together to reestablish, rethink, and redesign our food security and the resilience that it's going to take for us to continue the process of being able to get food in the face of disaster, because apparently we were prepared for maybe a few months, okay, of the food insecurities during COVID. We were not prepared for 14 months, 16 months, and where we are now. We're just now getting into a place where things seem to be getting back to normal. However, the reality is it has taken much more than it's taken a lot more than throwing money at the idea. We've actually had to put our heads together and figure out how we can pool our resources together, get people on the ground, deal with volunteers, have people going out and giving services. Additionally, we also have to remember that many of these people, of the people who have food insecurities, are not like the people in this room. Obviously, we've been able to afford to get here. We have our hotel rooms. We had a fantastic lunch. We're going to go out and get in our Ubers or get in our rental cars or get in the cars that we drove from whatever prospective cities that are near and go comfortably to our homes. Many of the individuals who are on the streets right now are still facing those same food insecurities. We have to figure out what the next step is. Is leaning on a plant-based diet a sustainable start? If so, why? Is it because we need to develop and grow more plants so that we can feed animals, so that they can breed more animals so that we can continue the destruction of those animals? Or is it because creating a plant-based food regimen is better for our health and because it's better for the environment? I'm not saying that we all have to turn into vegans today. Clearly, I had a cheeseburger yesterday, but it was an Impossible Burger. So maybe, I'm not saying that was great either, but certainly a more healthy form of a plant-based diet. And does the system need to be rebuilt? Not necessarily. Let's put it in the mind of remodeling a home. So when you get your permit from the city, okay, they tell you that it's not considered a rebuild, which doesn't take so many resources because you leave a single wall up. And then you build that house again around that wall. So I think it's better to say, suffice to say, that we can remodel the system by using what we currently have in place. Put our heads together. Let's put our resources together. Let's partner with the local farmers, with our government agencies, with people that have the distribution and transportation trucks, and let's figure out how we can be more sustainable together. And most importantly, please consider being a philanthropist. People think, oh my gosh, philanthropy, I've got to be a millionaire to do that. No, absolutely not, you don't. $10 to a local food bank, $5 to a local food bank. That cheeseburger that you bought, that Starbucks coffee you didn't finish, that can be something you can give to a person that may be on the street that may need something that you have that they don't, and they're happy that you share. Please consider giving your time, your resources. things that are in your home that you consider throwing away, maybe donate those things to Goodwill. Maybe if there's a blanket that has a hole in it, or you've replaced it with that new fancy set that you got at the Macy's one-day sale for 4th of July. Lay that blanket on the person that's on the street that may need something to keep them warm at night. Consider giving back from your heart. That's it for me. Thanks, guys. Does anyone have any questions? Yes. Hopefully I can answer it. I told you my knowledge is minuscule in comparison, but I'm happy to do my best.
Hey, no, not on this case. I think you're doing God's work.
Thank you.
So one thing I have to ask you, especially from your position, you were talking about a lot of areas in the country that are afflicted. You're not talking about some soccer mom going and buying expensive stuff at Whole Foods. I think that everyone's talking about a post-COVID environment, but I don't know if we're taking seriously enough this Delta variant, which is already really impacting communities I just mentioned in a big way. So how are you considering that going forward? I think a lot of people are letting their guard down, where I think we're going to have a lot of localized outbreaks, which are going to lead to, the kind of stresses you were talking about.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that, when you're on the side of the road and your car is overheating and the steam is spewing from it, it's an urgent issue. Well, once AAA gets there and the steam is cooled down and you go home and you go, well, I'll send it to the repair shop later, I've got another car. It doesn't become, the urgency dies down. I think that's where we are right now. I don't think that, unfortunately, I feel like the urgency is going to become, it's going to take a back seat, but I think it takes each individual to keep those subjects at the forefront, that food insecurities are still very real, and that doing your part to rebuild a post-COVID resilient food system is up to all of us, as well as I mentioned, the giving portion of it. A lot of times, money can solve a lot of things, but if you don't have the manpower and the resources to get out there and disperse those funds as they need to be, whether it be for food or supplies or hiring the right people who have the right ideas about how we can rebuild this infrastructure as it relates to food, then we're going to end up right back here in 2 years' time, and who's to say that COVID doesn't pick back up or will be our next disaster. So I agree with you 100%. Go right ahead.
What you're doing is very much so as a caregiver in a lot of ways, right?
Absolutely.
We all understand the realities of caregiver fatigue, especially during this time. You're working with a variety of different seniors and putting yourself in a variety of different environments during COVID. As someone who's not directly caring for my own parent or somebody else, what would be the single greatest gift or benefit to you during this kind of time? People doing what they're doing, from people that maybe are in a position to appreciate it more than we are directly to help in caring for those people.
Hopefully I understand your question correctly in that what is a benefit to me, or how can I provide this service, and how can the caretakers that are not present assist me in caring for their loved ones? Do I understand you correctly? Yeah. Okay.
What you need from the world to be more whole in what you're doing with this work.
That's probably a 6-part question, but I'll do 1 and 2. If we could realize that our seniors are precious, they paved the way for us to get where we are. Spend time. It's not really even a financial thing. If you have an elderly, even if it's an elderly neighbor, or if it is your parents or your aunt or your uncle, take a moment, give them a call. Spend 5 minutes on the phone with them, send them flowers, send them a gift card to a local grocery store so that they can say, hey, Sherelle, we've got some extra money for you to go and buy extra groceries for you to make that, plant-based meatloaf or whatever the case is. I think that helping them age in place by being able to provide them love, care, attention, as well as healthy, nutritious, well-balanced meals is going to help me do my job. It's going to turn my product into more of a service, which I actually feel like we are a service and not a product. Doing welfare checks on your loved ones, helping them navigate technology. Take a moment to teach them how to click on that button to start that Zoom call, to speak with their grandchildren who they adore, who don't have time to spend time with them. Maybe donate to some of your local food banks. There's a host of services that are needed to continue the services that I provide. If you are interested in just donating in general, maybe you want to gift a week's worth of meals to your neighbor. Maybe it's not a family member. Maybe it's just someone you want to say, I'm going to give today. I would be the person that you'd give a call and say, hey, I want to gift a week's worth of meals. I send out one of my chefs, or I go myself, and I prepare meals in their homes, and I invite them to have that interactive cooking experience. It gives them an opportunity to bridge the gap between malnutrition and loneliness, because myself or one of my chefs is there in the home with them. We're creating a continuum of care that's right after the doctors, after the medications, after the surgeries, after the walkers, after they've fallen and maybe, fractured a bone or whatever the case is. The continuum of care doesn't stop at healing. It stops with healing. It starts with healing from within. You can take medication all day long if you don't have healthy, nutritious food. So we're assisting with the continuum of care, and the more people that I can get to understand that will help me to do my job, hire more chefs, get our feet on the ground, identify the clients that are in need. And let's be honest, many people can't afford the service. Not to say that it's very expensive, but in the grand scheme of things, they're okay with that dry, packed food that's processed, that comes from Project Angel Food or from Meals on Wheels. They're not thinking, okay, I need something healthy and nutritious. They're thinking, I just need to eat. It's very different when you look at the dynamic of not just eating, but paying attention to what it is that you put in your body, having a choice about what you put in your body, and then creating life longevity based on healthy foods. I hope I answered your question. Any other questions? Very nice to be of service. Take care, guys.
Thank you so much, Sherelle. Up next is Mr. Jonathan Leahy, the VP of our operations at Layered Superfood. He will shed light upon the topic Battle Decks, a potpourri keynote address. Our speaker, John, has canvassed the GSAF participants for questions on topics that were covered over the last 3 days. And he will be randomly selecting some of these questions and answering them in this next segment. Welcome him to the stage.
Am I live now? Can you hear me? Is my microphone on? Is that good? Oh my gosh, GSAF. It's late in the day. It makes it so difficult to talk to all of these top 100 global food innovators who, of course, are all in attendance. No one's gambling. No one's at the swimming pool. Speaking at the very end of the day makes me feel like an ugly baby. You've got to tie a pork chop around my neck just to get the dog to play with me. You know what I mean? So it's very, very difficult, to speak toward the end and keep everyone engaged. So I want to be sure before I start that the microphone controller, the MC, the person that needs to walk around with the mic, is ready to move around, because the expectation, if you're still sitting here because you're dedicated people, can I hear from dedicated people, please? Hell yeah. Thank you very much. Is that I thought we would just do a review of the topics that we've seen throughout the past 3 days, and like a crazy person, I'm going to ask myself questions, then I'm going to answer the questions, then I'm going to ask you for your input. And if you don't have an answer, we're moving to the next question, machine gun style. That's why it's called Battle Decks.
And when we go to the next question, it'll be another question, and I'll look for your input. If you don't answer the question, we'll go to the next question. And we're just going to keep going and going and going until we run out of time. Speaking of which, I don't have a clock up here, so can somebody do me a favor and run a 25-minute clock for me? Somebody. I'm looking. Thank you very much. If you just give me like a 3-minute warning or a 5-minute warning, that'd be great. Okay, that sounds great. All right, so let's have some good times. Let's have a little bit of fun since we're coming to the end of the session. My name is John Leahy. You've heard me babbling and talking about AI and a whole bunch of number things, and you know I talk too much, and now's my last chance to shine. So why don't we get started and review some of the things that we talked about and have an interesting discussion, maybe back and forth. So let's start with the first rapid fire question. The first rapid fire question is, I don't see the slide, here we go, slide advancer. Remember Willie Pretorius? Willie Pretorius from South Africa? Very professorial. I think you should have given a speech maybe at Oxford or The Hague. If you don't remember, he was talking about a number of things in terms of food insecurity and how we have problems. But what he mentioned, and the question was that just shy of saying that the industrial food complex is responsible significantly and directly to the obesity and disease pandemic, he kind of stopped short and said, well, I'm no expert. I don't really want to say this, but he certainly intimated it. Am I right, people? He intimated it. So the question is, why shouldn't he have just stated the obvious? How much evidence do you need in terms of data to know that we have some very, very strong correlations? Now, correlation is not causation, but you saw his pictures. If you were awake, you saw his pictures. It showed as obesity rates went up, so did industrial food production, including junk food. But the most telling thing that he showed in that entire presentation was a picture. Does anybody remember the picture? It was a picture of sports spectators in 1970 that were nice and thin, looking fit, and spectators of today, super chunks like me. Now, here's the answer to the question. Yes, he should have stated the obvious. Is he afraid to be sued by the meat council like Oprah? I don't know, maybe, but his data was compelling. And as a recovering attorney, I can tell you, I would have taken any of that evidence into court and thrown that thing out on its tail. There is no question about the fact that we have a problem. Now, the answer to this question is not quite so obvious because industry wants to blame the individual. It's true, we all make individual choices. I make bad ones all the time, like dipping Snickers in gravy. Delicious. Delicious, right? Is it the right choice? But why do I fundamentally make those decisions? A, individual responsibility, but is that really the only factor? What about the fact that I grew up in the 1970s with a $2 billion marketing budget that the cereal companies had that my mother did not? So I'm constantly nagging, saying, need sugar. And then, of course, it becomes brain chemistry, and before you know it, we're just wolfing down all kinds of junk food. So there is an industry component, no doubt about it. On top of that, beyond marketing and other things, we just make choices based upon what's available. And the last speaker, of course, made an assumption that, we have to take what we get in some cases. So when there's not a lot of choice, you're forced into some inaction. I mean, we're the only country in the world that has people that are absolutely dying of starvation and dying of having nutritious foods, yet we're fat as hell. Now, tell me how that works. The evidence is overwhelming. Okay, so that's my answer to the first question. Input, ready to go? Who wants to have some input, questions, concerns, spitting of venom, disagreement? I'm ready. Let's go. Anybody? Yes, sir.
In college, I did an article similar to this conversation where basically in the 50s, they came out with the TV dinner. And it was like, cooking bad, TV dinner good, real quick. Love the brownie that's in that thing, though. However, I am now trying to teach my people that cooking is good, and it can be easy, and it can be entertaining, it can be fun, it can bring the family together. I guess my input or my question to you is how can we do that as a group? Something that would be impactful, that would be engaging, because you're talking 40, 50 years of that being embedded into people's brains.
I don't have an easy answer to that question. And by the way, I'm not opposed to donuts. I'm not opposed to anything. I mean, look at me. I'm not opposed to any of these things. But if we're going to have a sea change, and remember yesterday I mentioned it's up to millennials who we make fun of, they're the ones that have to change things. They're already changing their habits and changing their behaviors. So I don't have a fundamentally good answer to your question, but I do think that you've got to start with incremental changes. And I will say, if there's one benefit that has come out of this particular conference, a lot of the people here are new age thinkers. I don't mean new age in the sense of new age like we're going to, be part of, the new pyramid schemes or anything like that, or waiting for aliens to come, invade the planet. I'm talking about people that are really at the cutting edge. A lot of startups are here. A lot of plant-based people are here. So I think there needs to be incremental change. So you can start with yourself. That's the first thing. The second thing, I think, is to maybe make more of this summit than just a summit. We need to start networking and sort of working together. So are there particular industry groups that we can join? Can we try to force change? There's a lot of industry change that's coming. So I don't think it's going to happen overnight. I don't even think we're going to be that successful, but if we can be partially successful, you're still talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of people in terms of lives that are at stake, as opposed to, the rest of the billions that have to suffer. So I wish I had a better answer. If anyone else has an input or better answer, that'd be great. Anyone else? Going once? Going twice? Next question. Ben Pasternak, he spoke today, emphasized the role women have played throughout history in providing food to all of us in a healthy, beneficial way. So the question that I received was, what can we do to foster this as food seems to be moving in a healthier direction? Something that you just brought up. Well, first, put it in the hands of women. That's part of the answer to your question. The second thing, however, that I want to talk about is something that's a phenomenon that no one really addressed today or the past couple of days, and that is the really horrible impact that COVID has had on women, both in the United States and around the world. There's a report from the United Nations, it's called the COVID UN Women's Report, and they have estimated that the pandemic has pushed roughly 47 million women into extreme poverty, women and girls around the world. That is not exclusive to any particular place. It also includes millions of women in the good old USA. So the problem is that women in particular have been disproportionately impacted by COVID. So it's one thing to talk about platitudes and how great women are and how they contribute, but what can we do concretely to deal with this problem, especially in the richest country in the world? Anyone have any answers before I give you some? Well, one thing we need to think about is, first of all, why are women disproportionately affected? One reason is, if you look at employee statistics in the United States and the West, women in particular are disproportionately represented in entertainment, in food, and other service areas. And with the pandemic, many of them have been laid off. And also, despite what some jackass in Canada's professor says about women stealing, how they make as much money as men, not true, not true. Women make a lot less money than men. There is a glass ceiling. You can also look at the incontrovertible statistical evidence. There's some argument about that, but they're just parsing the numbers. There are lies, damn lies, and as one of our speakers says, statistics that you cannot rely on. So what can you do with women? Well, first of all, one thing we could do right away is just pay them more money. That's one thing you can do. That's good for retention. The second thing is support women in the workplace. And what I mean by that is women also disproportionately are in charge of child rearing, because despite really making changes in misogyny, we still have a female-dominated culture when it comes to raising children. So what can you do at the workplace? It's pretty easy. You've got to provide different services. You've got to provide childcare, and it's really a benefit that can actually be good for your company. The other thing that we need to think about is women also disproportionately give to a business what is called work without pay. So it's the kind of contributions they make that need to be compensated in some way, either by giving them levels of flexibility for informal work or trying to find a way to compensate them. So that's one thing we can do. Now, mostly it sounds like an economic decision, and that's probably because the primary factor is dealing with it in an economic way. All right, now, because you're good people, we still have women in the audience. Do we have any commentary from the women in the audience? Stand up for yourselves, sisters. This is why the WNBA is failing. We gave you the NBA and no one goes to the games. So now's your chance. Now's your chance to make a comment about this. Nobody? Yes. Let's hear it. Get the microphone there.
Hold on.
Microphone controller.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. As a staffing and agency owner, that market is predominantly male. And can I just say, it's predominantly white male. I'm not a racist.
No, it's fine. It's just a fact.
It's just a fact. And as a woman, I have to work 10 times harder when I get in front of male prospects, the majority of my clients are male. I have 2 female clients, but for the most part, when I do my business development and my prospects are men, one of 2 things happen. Because of COVID, I've done a lot of Zoom meetings and stuff, and I couldn't go out. But as things are starting to slowly change, even with my Zoom meetings, 2 things happen. Men look at me, and one, they think giving me a compliment is gonna get me into bed with them, number 1. Number 2, I think they don't fully think I know enough to be beneficial to them for what I do, but I look good. So there's 2 things that it's a challenge as a woman, but I'm also contributing because what I do, I present candidates to help meet their need. So they have to get over that whole she's a female, and they're so used to seeing males, because I know I'm just as good as a guy, but you got to give me a chance, and don't base it on what I look like. But unfortunately, as women, that's what still exists in 2021. Just wanted to say that.
No, excellent points. And I think, there should be a forum to talk about these things openly. We don't talk about social, sexual dynamics, but it is important because it is real and it is there, and maybe it's unspoken, but it's time to get out in the open. So it's a real problem. And if women are a disproportionate part of the food industry worldwide, then we've got to address it, because we're no longer talking about just sexism, which is terrible. We're talking about food insecurity, and that's the big issue. So it pays dividends across the board. Okay, next question. Christopher Knight. He was the operations director of Montana Specialty Mills. If you remember, he was talking about making canola oil and pressing things. He said that automation has allowed him to work with very few staff members. So what might have been in the past a shift that might have had 20, 30 people, he's running like 4 or 5 people, and when I talk to him in the hallway, he has sometimes 3 people. So the question there is, automation has allowed him to operate with a small staff, but here's something that we all need to consider, because we've had all these high-minded platitudes talking about food saving the world and how we're going to do sous vide or we're going to do plant-based. You know what? Someone or something has to make that stuff. And the someone that has to make that stuff, when you scale it, is going to rely a lot on machinery. So the question when it comes to machinery, and we're not talking about that, is what do we do about having very short staff when things go wrong? So maintenance is becoming a big emphasis in food. It's not like it used to be when you had a giant staff. Now you need to put money and resources into your EMF team, engineering, maintenance, et cetera, facilities. And so how can we then think about this in an ethical way? I mean, is there an ethical situation with machines? Well, I told you yesterday that there's this idea where you look at machines like cobots, not robots, if you act carefully. But there is an ethical nature of just having regular old maintenance. So for instance, if I'm very careful and I take care of my machinery just like you would take care of your car, and you fuel it up before it's empty, or you put oil in it before you need to worry about 10,000 or 12,000 miles, why is that a good thing from an ethical standpoint? Anyone have an answer to that question? Well, from an ethical standpoint, if you have preventive maintenance, you have less breakdown. If you have breakdown, you have waste. So less waste means less impact on the environment. That's one thing. If you can get to the point where I told you yesterday, in predictive environments with machine learning, you can have predictive maintenance, which means you can intervene. You can have your intervention before something goes wrong, because I'm telling you just anecdotally, in my experience with a lot of industries, one of the big problems they have is downtime, and downtime is wasteful. And downtime is wasteful not just because people are not being productive or machines are not being productive, it's because a lot of downtime will cause waste, stuff on the floor, stuff you got to throw out. So it's a big problem. So I do think we could probably have an entire seminar with just maintenance folks talking about just these ethical considerations and what they're doing about it to get ahead of it. So that may be a more boring kind of operational issue for us to talk about, but if anyone has a comment about that, I'll leave it at that before I go to the next question in this survey of what we've done the past 3 days. Okay, next question. Amanda McClernand talked today and discussed the importance of managing social media in a robust way. But one thing she did not talk about was, in this era of short attention spans, especially like in the past presidency, which was shambolic, despite your side of the spectrum, we know that shambolic, tiny little tweets are very powerful, one way or the other, good or evil. I'm not going to state which side I'm on. Maybe you can infer, but you understand what I'm saying.
So when it comes to social media posting, is there a sweet spot? Because, I know my 14-year-old is like all day on the phone, and she's probably looking at 25 to 30 things per minute to begin with. So in a short attention span time zone, what would be the sweet spot for a posting on social media? Anybody have any ideas? What do you think? I got some youngsters back there in the back that are waiting to do a panel discussion. Maybe as a warm-up, you can give us your insight on what you think people would pay attention to. Like if I wrote a treatise, or if I wrote War and Peace, would that be a good Instagram post?
Sorry, what? Say that again.
If I wrote a treatise like War and Peace, would that be a good Instagram post? Very detailed, all about my business. How's that going to work out?
Not great.
Tell me why.
I think what really captures people's attention nowadays, at least for me, is a lot of animated text, keywords that are really important. So if you're selling a lip balm, like something that pops up, my lips have never been more luscious or moisturized or super cheap, good for you, planet, sustainability. I think that's what captures my attention nowadays. I mean, you see it on Facebook too. You see like the blocky text on the top and the bottom, and it has like, I made $100 in one minute or something like that. I think that's kind of like where it is nowadays. But.
Yeah.
I mean, I learned this in college when I was taking a marketing class. I mean, the best way to do it if you're doing social media is like you have like a 5 to 7 second window, realistically speaking, to capture their attention. And anything more than that, they're just going to lose interest. And I mean, it's interesting. I actually read a cool article about like why like we're not reading books anymore. Like Lord of the Rings, that was such a big deal when it came out. And now apparently none of us are reading it anymore, and it's because it's like our attention spans have just, and this is obviously because of social media for the most part, have just deteriorated. I'm one too. I mean, I have the attention span of a chipmunk.
You're the market.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. It's that 5 to 7 second window. Yeah.
Good point. Well, I'm no amateur. I just look like one. I did a little research here. So there are studies, and good studies, and here are the recommendations. Now, this is going to change tomorrow because tomorrow you'll have a new technology. You won't like Instagram anymore or whatever it is. But when it comes to social media, for the most part, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, whatever else there is, the recommendation in terms of text is no more than 121 characters. That was kind of the sweet spot in getting attention. That's pretty interesting if you think about it. 121 characters. I mean, should we start getting rid of vowels? Should we start, cramming words together like the Germans do, where, everything's just one giant word? It's something you have to think about because now every character is like unicorn blood, the most precious blood. So every character is like a drop of unicorn blood. And we're not just talking about thinking about words anymore. We're talking about thinking about compression and really delivering a message. In some ways, I think this might be the fix to my pretentious wife's problems with the way people speak, because if you really need to really think about how you're going to present something in a cogent way, you're going to have to think about grammar, and you're going to have to think about even, the street language that we're going to use, because you're going to have to compress it in such a small space. So 121 characters is what the studies show now. But there's another piece of this, which is you also want people to clickbait. So what do you think the recommendation is on the number of hashtags that you should leave? Because sometimes you'll see like 50 hashtags because people want to get attention, right? They want to draw things. The recommended number of hashtags, which I thought was high, was 4 to 9 hashtags. So 121 characters, 4 to 9 hashtags, and that's kind of what I was thinking about with this question coming away from Amanda's presentation. So short attention span is very big. And I'm sure she would have had an answer, but she bolted, and I was unable to ask her if she agreed with this assumption. But if anyone wants to follow up, she seemed to know what she's doing. At least I thought she did very, very well, so might be a good follow-up. Questions? Yes?
You're done.
I'm done.
Yes.
That's my 25 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, real quick. Last question. May I have one more question? Yes, I'm taking it.
Of course.
What's going on? Slide's not advancing. Oh, wait a second. Last question. Is a Pop-Tart a ravioli? That was one of the questions I received. Is a Pop-Tart a ravioli? Now, I'm going to take 1 minute of liberty here to finish this up. This is a relevant question. First of all, no, a Pop-Tart is not a ravioli. It has a shape like one. It certainly does. But why did I put this up here? I mean, it was a ridiculous question, but I think a fun one. But if you remember, Jonathan Netsky yesterday was talking about something that I think is quite interesting and makes this question relevant. One thing we don't consider when we offer new products and when we're talking about changes in industry is we fail to talk about operational definitions. And if you don't start with an operational definition, when does my tolling start? When does it end? What is a whole food? If I'm talking about what's going to go into an ingredient package, I better be sure that I know what my market is and very specific about operational definitions. So this is really not that silly of a question. Of course, this is facetious, but it really does beg other questions that we're all facing, all of us in this industry, which is, I don't know anymore what's a natural food, what's not a natural food. There are so many organic bogus labels. I can get a bogus label anywhere I want. You know, I could put together so many different appellations that this becomes very confusing. So operational definitions, I think, is a great place to start with all of your staff talking about what's in, what's out, and it will define characteristics for you all the way from nutritional information to the way you're going to run your business. And I will say that while a Pop-Tart is not a ravioli, I'll give you a definitive answer on something else. A hot dog is a sandwich. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for that presentation. At this time, we are going to take a short coffee break or tea break for 30 minutes, and I'll meet you all back here for our next panel.
Good. Well, yeah.
I had given you a paper that you read from.
I don't think I have that paper anymore.
Oh, okay. You can do it with this one then. Just use that. Just use that one. That's fine. So I think this is kind of my key space here. You said, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You're saying go here? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. You're saying that to be here or to be in front of the podium, not off to the side like I was the first time? Yes. Okay, got it.
And she's going to announce you, so you
Okay.
can walk up to her.
Okay.
Are we all ready? All right, now let's move on to our second keynote session, which will be packed with some actionable insights. Let me try that again since we're doing this for film. Now let's go ahead and move on to our second keynote session of the day. The demand for plant-based products has skyrocketed, especially after the global health crisis of 2020. This is intersecting with yet another trend, clean label, wholesome food products. How can manufacturers set up to meet their demand and ensure the sustainability of their business at the same time? Well, please put your hands together for Jonathan Netsky, the CEO and founder of local alternative foods, NextVeg. He will be delving deep into answers to that important question and will be speaking on the topic sustainable trends in manufacturing of clean label, plant-based menu alternatives. Welcome him to the stage.
Thank you. Have you ever considered why we have a drive-up window at a fast food restaurant but not at the produce aisle of the grocery store? Have you ever considered why we salivate over a bacon double cheeseburger but sort of roll our eyes at a black bean burger? Have you ever considered why we reach for a protein bar full of all kinds of ingredients that most of us find hard to understand and that could never be sustainable over a handful of trail mix? Good morning, I'm Jonathan Netsky. I'm the founder of Local Alternative Foods, and it is my honor to be here today. We're the makers of the 100% whole food, plant-based protein and sauce lines under the NextVeg brand for the food service industry. And I gotta tell you, before I was in the industry, before I had learned how food gets to market, before I had learned and taught about sustainable food systems, I had so much anxiety over food. I almost had a paralysis to know what to eat. I was completely confounded. Was eating this food going to make me thinner or thicker? Would it make me vitally stronger, earlier to the grave? Would it kill butterflies in Peru or perhaps free indentured slaves on an island somewhere? I don't know if you've ever considered these kinds of things, but I truly have thought about them so much over the last 20 years that I've boiled it down into a single question. What can I afford to eat that comforts me, fights disease, and heals the planet? It's a big question, right? So, what do we all want from our food? Well, the truth is that if our food is affordable, it's accessible to us. That's critical. And if it's delicious, we'll come back for it again. And if it's easy to understand, it makes that initial purchase so much more simple. And we can't forget nutrition because we innately know that when we see ingredients we love that make us feel strong and vibrant, we gravitate to them. But these are subjective. These are our preferences, and we all share these preferences to some degree, but they're gauged, again, on our personal choice. Whereas today, we're all seeking sustainable food, and sustainability is quantitative. Sustainability can be calculated, and it's becoming more and more real to do the math to learn whether our food is truly sustainable or not. So in a room full of some of the most incredible food innovators in the world, whether you're a restaurant owner or a food manufacturer or a chef, what if we could future-proof the value of your plant-based menu? You know, in order to think about that, we have to start from history. So we began with the reality that some incredible, smart, and perhaps very wealthy people figured out how to monetize the grasslands of the Great Plains of the United States to turn it into an incredible cattle industry that provides beef as well as provides dairy. And to such a degree that we've created these incredible foods like the cheeseburger. You know, and the cheeseburger we've created because of its incredible environmental value. Well, no, the cheeseburger, we all know, it doesn't have environmental strength, but it is a cash machine. And to the degree that we make about 50 billion hamburgers a year just in the United States, that means that every 2 seconds we process an entire large animal. And I don't just mean a large cattle for beef, I mean a full-grown steer, 1, 2, the entire animal would be processed. Absolutely incredible that we've figured out how to do that. And we did put a lot of American dollars, a lot of tax, a lot of subsidies into learning this over the years. And in doing so, we've fostered a system that we know, and we've known for decades, isn't particularly sustainable, nor is it providing truly healthy food. When at the same time, as you can see, there's lots of options that we've known about that sit right in front of us that perhaps do meet that profile. So I'm not here today believing that anybody is going to remove meat and dairy from their menus instantaneously, but I am here today to empower us and encourage us and share knowledge on how we can make food from plants differently. In order to do so, we can't just throw away the system. We have to focus on the realities of the system, and that is that maximum profit will still rule. But if we look at this equation and we say, well, maximum profit has to equal the impact of eating our food combined with the satisfaction we get from the food to choose to buy it again and again. So a simple equation, utilizing math to define our reality going forward in our food system, because if we can truly align the profitability and the longevity of our food system, of our profit, with the well-being of the animals, the people, and the planet, we will have solved for the most disruptive opportunity present in our food system today. So what do we know? Where do we start? Well, we know that if you make something out of plants, you're very likely to have a lower footprint, to be able to make something more sustainable. But I'm going to beg the question, is more sustainable than beef the goal? Is more environmentally friendly than chicken the goal? Well, if we're 90% better than something that's really harmful, doesn't that actually mean that we're still doing 10% of the harm? The way I see it is until all the bars on this graph get to 0 or below, every action we take in eating is still going to cause our children and our grandchildren to suffer. Who here in the room has smelled wildfire smoke in the last year? I've smelled it every day for the last 2 weeks here. Who bought the wrong shoes for their dog and they're not interested in walking on 160-degree pavement with you? Who's acknowledged that we have accelerated goals from 2050 to 2030, a 70% forward, aggressive position to finding our path to carbon neutrality? This is taking place in all of the intelligent first world economies around the nation. So if we're starting at the beginning and we look at this through the lens of plants, what we learn is that when we start with the whole food, everything we do to it adds emissions, right? So the whole food is our baseline for our carbon emissions. Therefore, if we can figure out how to let the whole foods speak for itself, and let me clarify, a whole food versus a non-whole food. How many of us love extra virgin olive oil? A lot of people consider it a great healthy food, but is it a whole food? Of course not. The olive that it came from was the whole food. The olive oil doesn't contain its fiber or 100% of the edible portions of that olive. So if we can let the food speak for itself as whole foods, we will be in a position to solve for this disruptive opportunity. Have you ever considered what a zero footprint food system might look like? Take this little walk with me. Perhaps close your eyes. Imagine you're at home and you walk out your sliding glass door into your backyard and you walk up to this beautiful legume bush and you pull off a sugar snap pea and you pop it in your mouth and munch down on that delicious sweetness and the wonderful fiber. You throw the shell into your compost bin. Maybe you pick another one and you dry those seeds and you save those seeds and you grow them next year. Sound sustainable? Of course, it is sustainable. In fact, it's subsistence, the first form of sustainability. And what happened if we were a subsistence farmer and we failed to keep our food sustainable? We suffer. So, what is the alternative to this zero carbon footprint food system? Well, let's talk about our current food system. And that is a system that has a lot of processing involved. And let's talk about what we would do with that same pea. If we wanted to take that pea to market, well, first of all, we've got to grow a truckload of them because no one's going to process less than a truckload. And if we wanted to go to pea protein isolate, well, we're going to have to send that to a seed crush facility. And at that, emissions occur, right? And when we get to the crush facility to do the crush, we have to utilize things like hazardous chemicals, potentially hexane, or lots and lots of water. Then we've got pea protein, perhaps fiber and starch, maybe even oil rendered, and we now have to sell and distribute and package. So what we have is emissions to get it there, emissions to process it, emissions to move it forward. Emissions, emissions, emissions. The less processing we do, the less the footprint of our food. So what you can see here on this chart is that we have, we're on the wrong presentation. You know what, as long as we can pause, I'm just going to run with it. But do you have another version there that says with quiz at the end? Final. No, the one that you actually played for me the other morning isn't there. I had given it to you that morning. It's the one on this disc. That's the only things you have for me? That's all right. Let's just keep running it, and I'll just replace the slides when I do it, when I turn it into social media. If you don't have it, let's just stick with that, and I'll just clean it up. Okay, so I'll just take it from the beginning of this one. So, you good? So, as you can see on this slide, the reality is that whole peas eaten at home actually have a negative carbon footprint. But if we go to the next level and want to process them to market, we're going to increase that footprint 12-fold. And if we want to turn it into a fractionated food, we're going to increase it 55-fold. So the reality becomes that we're coming across such a population that so many people, well, they no longer want to eat that guy. And if you want to eat something that's made to taste like that guy, well, you're going to see 12 times the footprint of eating a whole food. And if you believe in eating whole foods, and you believe that your food doesn't have to smell, look, or taste like an animal, you can see a 5,500% increase in the benefit of what you're eating to our environment. That's what I'm talking about. The more processing involved, the more costs. As you go from processor to processor, you have the expensive processing plus the profit to each process and processor. And the same for the transportation. So it's very clear that as we get food all the way to the final element, the retailer or the food service restaurant, at which point all those pennies, they either get doubled or quadrupled again as, well, everyone in this room sells these products to consumers. The good news is peas are cheap, and so are most produce and most vegetables. In fact, they're the most stable component economically in our food system, have been for a long time, and as you can see over the last 2 years in crazy economic conditions, they have held fast to be the most economically unchallenged portion of our food system. So if we agree on two things, the less we handle the food, the less it's touched by different parties, the lower the footprint and the lower the cost. At the same time, the closer we stay to the model of eating just that single pea, consuming and processing just that single pea, let's call it a micro batch, the closer we remain to a carbon neutral system. So could whole food plus micro batch processing yield a zero footprint food system? Well, I can tell you this. If we've figured out how to take an entire large animal from nose to toes, bleed, skin, bone, and grind that animal in 2 seconds, I promise you that with the right funding, with the right research, it's just a matter of a few years before all of us could be dining at big events like this and with every bite healing the planet. So I need to give you a little bit more on what micro-batch processing really is. So if we look at batch processing, we see that we have a set of time laid out for production, and it's equal in both systems. In the batch processing environment, we've got 4 truckloads ready to go into the batch in those 4 different colors. But what if they're all fresh food? That would be amazing. However, one of them didn't show up. Are they all going to go to waste? You see, in a mass process, things that work really well, powders because they mix so easily, refined oils because they lubricate and they create emulsions with powders, those kinds of products were great in mass production for so many different reasons, but it's really a limitation to the system. So if we talk about microbatching, the beautiful part of microbatching is that we focus specifically on each and every ingredient and how to extol the greatest quality benefits from that ingredient without destroying the whole food. So we ultimately will do as little processing and as little work as possible to get to the final result. What you can see here in a microbatch process is that our inputs are small and continuous, and so are our outputs, which means we carry less inventory on the front end and less finished goods in a freezer on the back end, again, minimizing the footprint of the process and system. So we've agreed that more sustainable does not equal sustainable, and that the goal is not more sustainable, but the goal is carbon neutral. Do no harm from the system. Let's dig a little deeper into our master equation. As we look towards profitability, what is the component of sustainability that's so critical? Well, it's critical that the consumers want sustainability, right? So what we're seeing is some of the larger chains in the nation, some of the most progressive chains in the nation, actually respecting the fact that their clients, consumers nationwide, are just as interested in counting the carbon on their meal as they are in counting their calories. And in knowing that, we've actually carbon footprinted all of our protein products as well. And as you can see here, they are so close to carbon neutral that with a bit more ingredient intelligence, a bit more processing innovation, and a greater direct connection to regenerative agriculture, we will find carbon neutrality with these products. In fact, the hemp and seed line that you see here is so low is already down to 108 grams in our theoretical model. We didn't just make up our numbers. We've actually had a study that was just completed done by the Climate Sciences Department of Northern Arizona University, where they actually took the different processing techniques that I shared in my original slide on plant-based, and they compared the major different types of processing for their footprint as based on the leaders in the industry and the reports they've put out in the last 2 years. In addition to that, they built us the most beautiful calculator that allows me to go beyond the idea of just designing food for its taste, for its nutrition panel, for its cost, but also to be able to calculate its carbon and water footprint before we ever bring any ingredients in the door. These are the tools that are driving us further to carbon neutrality. What we can also see here is when we want to talk about nutrition, well, the benchmark in this space is protein. We're meat alternatives. So let's talk about carbon to protein ratio. And if we look at the leader in the industry, what we're seeing in heavily processed products is that we've got a 19-to-1 carbon to protein ratio. In the latest product we've created, which I just mentioned, our hemp and seed, we actually have about a 7-to-1 carbon to protein ratio, far less than half of what we're seeing through other processing methods, which tells us we're on the right track. So let's take a quick look at the desirability component. Desirability, well, to quantify it, to give it some sense, it really means demand. And with all the different factors that go into taking our personal preferences and turning them into a demand, well, we've all had to quantify demand for our businesses. And one of the ways we can see is to give you a very quick recent result. This is at the Yavapai Lodge in the Grand Canyon, and we've got the data from their POS systems to let us know how we're doing. And what we can see is that head-to-head with a heavily processed product versus a whole food product, there's really no comparison in the sales that they're doing. In fact, the last 80 days have been a 250% increase in anything we've ever seen before. Why? Coming out of COVID, they opened in April, and they're booming in the national park. Well, we're the local player, so you do get a taste of place from us, right? But as the person who was on the front page of the Sunday food section of the Chicago Tribune back in 2007, when Webster's dictionary put the word locavore into the dictionary and the Chicago Tribune needed a locavore on the front page, I can tell you that today, local is more important than ever. But the question is it because it's local? Well, the truth is, local has a lot to do with how we source our food from a fresh perspective. Most importantly is, do we know what our food is? If we can also know where it came from, that's exciting. And to know who provided it and perhaps trust them, whether it be your farmer or your grocer, the concept revolves around whole food, and it is more present and more relevant in the minds of people that are eating plant-based, that are eating for nutrition, for health, and for longevity than it ever has been. So is this also true for the B2B community that we serve? Of course. Paul, he needs his profit. It's his fiduciary responsibility. Salima, I could talk to her all day about how to innovate on sustainability. And Alex, he needs affordable food. He's cutting weight, he's kicking butt, and he's got options that matter. And Denise, she's been serving frozen pucks for years to some of her most discerning clients with shame in her mind, and now is excited and smiling every time she gets a vegan order. Our stakeholders are satisfied across the board by whole food and a path to carbon neutrality. My vision is that local has a footprint on a national scale. And it's by taking what we've already done in a very remote and difficult location and bringing that to other agricultural highways throughout the United States that serve our major populations, and leveraging the wonderful whole foods grown in those climates, using microbatch processing to put them together and get them to the end client, be it the restaurant, the grocery store, or your front doorstep. So let me just leave you with a few questions. Have you considered the role that Whole Foods plays in your menu, in your food offering? Have you considered the role that Whole Food plays on your menu? Have you considered lowering your menu's footprint? Have you considered doing it today? Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're having an amazing time here with us and getting to know all the experts from all over the world. Now, let's quickly go into our panel discussion, the last one of the day. The topic of the discussion is alternative and unconventional approaches in the food and beverage industry. And let's get a clearer look at this with our panel of experts. Please help me welcome Wes Control, the CEO and co-founder of Sunnyside Supply Company. He's going to be our moderator. So come on up, Wes, and welcome him. Joining him is going to be Dr. Ram P. Ramchana, as well as Dr. Sadhana Ramchana and Ethan Dillon. Welcome them all to the stage.
They weren't kidding. Those lights are.
Okay, hello everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. Thank you for sticking around. My name is Wes Cantrell. She introduced me as the CEO of Sunnyside Supply Co. We make hemp-based protein. That's the nature of the game here. And we also have a couple of direct-to-consumer brands that we do as well. So we mess around with some CBD, and we also make hemp-based cosmetics. And so if we want to go down the line and kind of explain, Ethan, if you want to talk about what you do.
So my name's Ethan Dillon. Me and him are from the same company, actually. We co-founded together along with our friend Kyle, who is right there. But I am the current head of sales, so I have been, for the past 2 years, essentially just been selling it, networking with other professionals in the industry, getting our name brand out there.
And Dr. Ram?
Hi, I'm Dr. Ram Ramcharan. I'm the CEO of Fat Dog Spirits. We created a brand called Nirvana Spirits. It's the first infused gin in the United States and the third infused vodka. We also co-founded with my wife a company called Gold Star Innovators, which was the stem which came about after the technology that we created from Nirvana Spirits.
And Dr. Sadhana?
Thank you. My name is Sadhana Ramcharan. I'm a physician as well as chairwoman of Gold Star Innovators, which is our newest company, and it has a lot to do with therapeutic benefits that we have that we get from CBD for our patients. We also have non-alcoholic cocktails, which are incorporated with CBD, and energy shots, which have CBD in them.
Great. So I think the topic that we have is unconventional approaches to the food and beverage industry. But as you might have picked up, really what links us all up here is the hemp plant. So I thought that it'd be a little bit more fun, instead of talking about unconventional approaches, which we all have, it'd be a little bit more fun to kind of introduce everybody to the hemp plant in more of an in-depth way, and sort of demystify it a little bit. I feel like there's a lot of stigma and a lot of miseducation that revolves around it, because it is a food crop, and it is also a medicine. So there's a lot of different things that we do, and because we're on the food side, we can go ahead and talk about that a little bit. But I would, the Ramcharans are absolute experts in CBD, so I would like to hear a little bit more about what you guys do, and if you could kind of demystify CBD a little bit.
You want to talk about that? All right. So one of the key components with the cannabis sativa plant is that it's got a lot of medicinal properties, but it's also very healthy for you. What Wes was talking about, one of the things that we're actually going to work together is they're creating hemp protein. What's special about that particular plant is we know whey protein and meat proteins are significant to the body. But what most people don't understand, protein that's derived from hemp is 2 to 2.5 times more effective than those other particular proteins. So when we we were seeking to create a new product, we came up with an extraction process under our Nirvana brand using the hemp plant. And what was wonderful about that particular product is that we put it in alcohol. And it was crazy because we made the extraction from a full-blown cannabis sativa and THC version of the plant. But what we eventually came up with was a legal product that is in the market in 14 states. And because of the proteins that's attached to those, the cannabinoids and from the hemp plant, it changes the dynamics and complexity and the softness of the alcohol. So there's a smoother approach to it, and it actually reduces significantly the burn. So from an alternative component, and we're talking about utilizing as a food source, is that hemp, if it's utilized and curated properly and extracted properly, could change the whole dynamics of the food industry from a full-blown cannabinoid, THC, or just a hemp product itself that's legal in the market. What we're attempting to do was to create extension products with our technology that we created for the absorption. And I'll have the doctor here talk about the blood-brain barrier and why it becomes significant, because just taking hemp, putting it in food, and trying to drink it or ingest it as a leaf or whatnot, it doesn't necessarily work. So it has to be prepared properly, and it has to be administered in a manner that works really well. What we're trying to do in our business is to focus on products that taste good, smell good, and at the end of the day creates an efficacy for what the individuals are trying to accomplish. The last thing you need in the CBD world or the hemp is another snake oil salesman. We're not attempting to do that in any way, shape, or form. We've got scientists behind our name, we've got MDs and PhDs, so we are focusing on making sure that whatever we produce have an efficacy and has a purpose in the market space. But I'll turn it over to the wife to talk about the efficacy of the plant.
So I've been practicing medicine for the last 26 years, and once medical marijuana got legalized in the state of Florida, I started recommending that to several of my patients because it's a very natural way of treating patients for several different disease states, and anywhere from anxiety, pain, ALS, and several neuropathic pain syndromes and post-traumatic stress disorders. And definitely it, with this opioid epidemic that we've had and the accidental overdoses that we've had with the opioids that was being prescribed, I thought, I still think that medical marijuana is a very safe alternative for a lot of patients. It gives them their life back. So what we have done is with the CBD molecule, besides the nanotechnology, we encapsulate it in a complex polysaccharide. Now what that does is that it prevents degradation of the CBD by the acid in your stomach. So once the CBD gets out of your stomach and gets into the second part of the duodenum, what happens is the polysaccharide capsule dissolves and there's absorption of the CBD. And what that entails is that a lot more CBD is absorbed than with the conventional CBD processing that takes place. So we don't have actual studies as to what percentage is absorbed, but within half an hour of consuming the CBD products that we have, patients will notice a sense of relaxation and they will notice a difference, because what happens is that it gets absorbed into the blood and it reaches the blood-brain barrier and it crosses the blood-brain barrier, and we have receptors in the brain for CBD as well as THC, and the molecule attaches to those receptors, and we see the effects of that.
So as far as if you could go a little bit more in depth about sort of what actually CBD is and where it comes from in the plant, unless you would like us to jump on that one. Because I feel like CBD is thrown out there so often, but people might not understand exactly where it's coming from and how it's actually being extracted from the plant.
I think you should take that first, and then I'll jump in on,
Sure,
on the
sure.
utilization.
So to contextualize it a little bit better, our company's based in Shenandoah Valley of Virginia. And there, let's see, this year I believe there's around 1,000 acres of hemp being planted. There's two different ways to plant hemp. You can grow it what we would call an industrial hemp crop. And it looks a little bit more like bamboo than it does marijuana. And you harvested the stalk of the plant for fiber. You can make clothing. If we never criminalized it, I might be wearing a hemp shirt. A lot of people in China do. But unfortunately, back in 2018, it just got legalized. So we have fiber from the plant, and that's the stalk. And then when you get up to the top of the plant, depending on how you're growing it, if you have males and females and they're cross-pollinating, they create seeds. And that's where the protein content is in the actual seed of the plant. The CBD is what's coming off of the flower of the plant. And so it's just a naturally forming chemical, and if I'm understanding it correctly, it was developed in the plant as a deterrent to like plants or other pests. But us crafty humans have developed a bit of a way to utilize it a little bit better. So it's just a naturally occurring chemical within the plant, kind of like capsaicin is in spicy peppers, for example. It's kind of the same concept. Do you want to?
Yeah. Well, we're talking about alternative use for foods, right? So one of the things that, as you notice in Florida, it's not recreational as of yet, but it's for medical use. But what we're finding is there are chefs that are putting together private dinners and things like that, and they're offering a pure hemp menu or a CBD menu and even in some cases a THC menu. So one of the things that Sadhna and I have been working on is the last 2.5 years, we have developed recipes, from the full scale using just simple hemp hearts, doing extractions with the seed. There was a beautiful picture up here. Someone was talking about turmeric and ginger and lemon, creating beautiful flavors that worked really well, but at the same time creating an essential component as an alternative for the market space. One of the most important things about utilizing, I guess the hemp or the cannabis plant, it has to be prepared properly so it can have some efficacy. So if it's, there's THC, then there's THCA, and I don't want to get really technical about the whole thing, but it doesn't necessarily become active unless it has some heat to it. But how you treat THCA in the plant form and how you treat it in CBD form is entirely two different pieces. The extraction is entirely different, and the components are different. So a lot of times when people are trying to make food or products with it, they don't necessarily are getting the true efficacy of it. I'm sure people probably in the audience have maybe tried a gummy bear that's CBD, and they taste this real bitterness. That's one of the components that Wes was talking about. But essentially, those particular components have a lot of essential nutrients that work with the endocannabinoid system. So getting that preparation proper and getting into the system to be utilized is where the chemistry is. There's probably in Colorado, we just got back from California, where there's a lot of CBD and cannabis dispensaries that have drinks. But one of the big issues that people are finding is that no one really wants to drink bong water, right? Or an iced tea that tastes like bong water, or those kind of components. So we've made it our mission the last 2.5, 3 years to focus on those things so we can put a product out that tastes good, smell good, and has the sensation of a true product. We had the young man there try some of our products. That's because we spent a lot of time with the science. But today, there's such a range of products that could be manufactured for the use in the proper manner for wellness. We missed the wellness part because now we're talking about the recreational high. But more importantly is that as a medical professional, I always want to tell people is that just be wary of the certain things. If it doesn't taste good right away or it's overly bitter and all those, it's probably not prepared properly and you're not getting the true efficacy from it. But can you talk about the marijuana plant in terms of cooking with the spices?
Yeah, well, CBD, we have developed a CBD that can withstand about 360 degrees. So we've added it to our line of spices that we have developed, and they can be used for marination as well as, they can be cooked because they can withstand heat. So that's another way of consuming the CBD. And it hasn't hampered the taste of the meal. And we've tried it in several different dishes and it has worked fantastic.
So you guys have a pretty unique product, if maybe the only product that is essentially a spirit with CBD in it. Could you talk a little bit more about the current, where the legislation stands as far as being able to incorporate CBD with actual alcohol?
So everyone was excited in 2018 when the Farm Bill came out because they thought that the Farm Bill would go a little further with encompassing CBD into alcohol. However, hemp is legal, so you're seeing hemp-infused wine. Someone with the young lady that earlier was talking about hemp-infused wine. And they're doing it with full-blown marijuana. Not legal. It's probably not going to be legal for probably another 30 years with that particular space, because there hasn't been any long-term studies with marijuana and alcohol, right? And it's kind of like, hey, one is getting you upper, one is getting you down, so we have no idea what the long-term effect on the body in terms of the brain, the skeletal system, all the different things that go along with ingesting alcohol. But more importantly, what we do know is if you add CBD to alcohol, right, it does take away that bite that you experience the next day. That's just a fact. But one of the things that the marketplace is going to go to or gravitate to is to create products that are non-alcohol based that would allow you to infuse it with pure hemp, CBD, broad spectrum, full spectrum, and also with full-blown THC. And that's where the market is at standing right now. The unfortunate piece from the FDA portion, because I also run a distillery, and this is key, is that anything that's food-based still has to have a supervision of the FDA, right? Even if you put our non-alcoholic shots, which we designed, you've got to put that disclaimer, it's a dietary supplement, not approved for FDA, all those things. However, what we do know is science has shown that if you mix those things in a non-alcoholic space, there is definitely efficacy. What we've done personally with our company, and it's not a discussion about our company, but what we've done is we've created all our products as dosing mechanisms and provided an alternative using foods and drinks as a way to help the end user. Case in point, if you bought a tincture, all right, and you get into the bar and they would say, okay, we want to make a CBD drink, what they would do is they would take a 15 milligrams of of oil, drop it into the drink, shake it up, break it down with alcohol. But eventually what happens, it all floats back to the top. And you get two things that usually happens. You get a slight bitterness, or you start to get the grassiness of the plant, that earthiness. So what we've done is we've created technology that actually helps dissipate that, and then we created an extraction process that's actually being, that's right up for 3 patents right now that allows for that. So the most important thing is that providing that product at the end, so when someone picks it up and drink an iced tea or an extension product, it tastes like the real thing. Because you could put all of the great things in the bottle, but if it doesn't taste good, no one's gonna enjoy it or have the experience. Now, if you're focusing on the dispensary, they're going there for a reason, either for a recreational high or for something to deal with relieving pain or some kind of medical issue. And that's a different outfit altogether. But in terms of utilizing as an alternative in food and dosing, there's super alternatives out there. Unfortunately, the science hasn't caught up with the palates of the population.
Right. And on top of, and I guess Ethan kind of get you in on this conversation as well. Those who are going to the bar to get a CBD infused drink, for example, what is typically the reasoning behind wanting to go ahead and do that? In our experience in our brand, Ethan, what is the main demographic of the consumers that you're seeing?
Well, it really depends on what you're buying it for. So when I'm selling the stuff, let's take one of our farmers markets, for example. I'd say the majority of our customers are actually elderly people who are taking it for joint pain, sore muscles, that sort of thing. In that case, what they're usually doing is applying it directly to the skin. So that is going to be purely for pain relief. That's not really for anti-anxiety or anything like that. Now, we were just talking about in terms of infusing it into drinks, I'd say that's going to be much more tailored to anxiety, just help relax, mellow you out a little bit. That being said, there is a massive amount of variance in terms of the effects that it has on different people. So just from the conversations that I've had with my customers, I have one person that takes it to fall asleep. That's what most people take it for. Well, if they're taking it to fall asleep. It's just, I mean, it really is. And if I'm being completely honest, it's not the most efficient way to take it. Especially with what he was talking about, with just dropping it in there. It's going to float to the top. It's not going to get mixed in. And it's going to get diluted in your stomach. But yeah, I guess that sort of answers the question.
Okay. And with your product that you have, the spirits, are you seeing a trend in on the consumer side of things? We had the conversation about the expo that you went to, the CBD expo. Do you see a trend in companies just like yourselves where creating sort of out-of-the-box products is sort of the future of CBD? Because as you were saying, it seems like there's a pretty clear sort of pattern of the products that are widely available on the market right now.
I think what's happening in the CBD market, but we're focusing on trying to look at foods, but just as a whole, as in general, 80% of the products out there are edibles or vapes and things like that. And in the edible markets, it's a hit or miss because the raw materials of CBD or cannabinoids, and now that we're looking at the full spectrum or broad spectrum rather, or an isolate, they're trying to focus on getting those products that have efficacy. But if you took the plant and you stuck it into a gummy bear, a broad spectrum, right, that would give you anywhere from 14 cannabinoids to what, 100? Mm-hmm. And those levels of flavors are all over the place. So you're going to get either really bad tasting bitter product or something that is covered with a lot of sugar, and it kind of counteracts what they're trying to do. So that's one thing that's happening. But what we do find is that as a whole, the beverage space is about 5 or 10, not even 10% scratched in the surface, where we estimate it's a $5 billion industry within the next 2 years, $25 billion industry within the next 20 years. And if you start running those numbers in a global space, the way I look at CBD is this, is that eventually it will become part of an ingredient on the back of a can, because it does have that much medicinal benefits. What's going to take some time is perfecting the science so that it's usable and effective. Because it's not one of those things like ginseng or something, you just throw it into a tea and it's got some effect. It just doesn't work that way. You know, it has to have association with fat, it has to be associated with some kind of heat, and there's a whole bunch of different things that makes it really tricky. And scientists will spend hundreds of millions of dollars trying to figure that out. I like to think we're a little bit ahead of what we've done, but at the same time, it's just like anything else, it's just scratching the surface of the next generation of the food and beverage market.
That is an interesting point, actually. Well, in terms of food specifically, and this is just sort of an observation I made. Right now, I think most people treat it almost they treat it like they're taking medicine a lot of the times, unless they're getting like a gummy bear or something like that. But if you're just getting the tincture, you know, you do the oils, you do the under the tongue thing, 30 seconds, hits your bloodstream. I'd say that's how most people are doing it right now. But it will just be interesting to see how it plays out and in terms of, you know, just food and art and yeah.
To get sort of back on track and something that would tailor to more of the like food guys in the audience, all of our superfood companies have pretty much left the building at this point. But even then, I think it would be preaching to the choir. I know Jonathan Netsky with NextVeg, one of his biggest products is a hemp product, hemp meat alternative. And same with Laird Superfood, they have their own hemp products. And so the reasoning behind wanting to actually get hemp, other than it being something that there's a lot of market research about, can you just use hemp on a product? Will that get people to buy it? And that's definitely an aspect of hemp because it's one of those, in the conversation about social media marketing that John just had, he said, how do you capture the attention of millennials nowadays? If you just throw hemp or cannabis, sativa, or anything like that up on an advertisement, it draws people in. It's a little bit edgy, it's something new. So there is that aspect, but as far as us being processors of hemp grains to be able to make the protein. The reason why we do is, for one, I think that, like I was explaining, because you can get CBD, because you can get fiber, and because it's such a widely available source of protein, it just makes sense for farmers. And that's at the core of why everybody's in this room right now, is because farmers are out there doing the work, growing things. So that's obviously a huge benefit, but on a sort of a nutrient level, hemp contains all 9 essential amino acids. Not in crazy amounts, but it's enough for it to be noticeable. It's enough for people to take attention, or formulators should take attention to that. And then also on top of that, it has a crazy good ratio of omega-3s and 6s. In fact, it's the closest thing that you can get to fish oil. And so that's not really found in many things in nature that we consume. So that's another huge benefit of the plant. And on top of that, it's just super digestible as a protein, which I think is definitely super beneficial. So that's kind of like the reasoning behind hemp. It's not just a new commodity crop that you'll see popping up here and there. It has actual tangible benefits. And again, I think what we're super interested in as a company and how we got into the whole thing was because we already had the fiber industry in our state. And Actually, a little kind of funny story, something that you guys might enjoy hearing, is the first guy that ever had, oh, also, today Virginia legalized marijuana, by the way, so that's super cool.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
But it's also 420. That's amazing. So the first farmer to ever get a hemp growing permit in the state of Virginia, he did it because he did his research and he actually grew the hemp to harvest for grain in his combines and all of that stuff. And he ended up turning it all into biodiesel to create a closed loop on the farm, so that essentially he's raising the fuel instead of having to go out and buy it. He turns it straight into biodiesel, and it's kind of like a moonshine still, basically, a massive moonshine still in his barn. And so that's really special. But his vision, and he's kind of a mentor to us, is that not only can you do things like make biodiesel out of it, you can also sell it to make clothing and stuff like that. What the fiber side of the industry in Virginia is doing is it's all going to animal bedding, and then it's all going to actually Ford to make car components, which is super cool. So again, it's like there's that side of the industry that was already established. There was already markets for that. But the problem was, in Virginia at least, all of the seed was going to waste. And that's a shame. Like I was saying, all 9 essential amino acids, the omega-3s and 6s, super dense amount of protein in those seeds. It just doesn't make sense to let that go to waste. So that was a big driving force in us getting into the whole thing. So yeah, that's...
Wes, I wanted to mention before we wrap up.
Yeah.
Since we're talking about all things food here and beverage, one of the beautiful things that the CBD plant or cannabinoid or the cannabis sativa, it's rich in terpenes, right? So I know we've had a flavor guy here, we had a bunch of chefs, we had a beer guy. Terpenes, if it's utilized properly, I mean, could create a massive amount of different flavors. We've got, the same, you can recreate the same smell and taste of lavender, citrus, orange, the earthiness of some of the other plants out there. So if you do the extraction properly, and if it's done in the sativa side versus the indica side, you can get all of the same flavors that you would buy off the shelf. The sad part is that because of the Farm Bill or certain restrictions, those terpenes are being categorized in the same under the same Farm Bill as is it a Class 1 drug? Mm-hmm. It's a Class 1 drug. So hopefully the administration and local states would see the broader picture, because I'll tell you, chefs can create a tremendous amount of food, give some medicinal components because of the higher concentration levels. And, Wes was talking about these guys are about to sign a deal or to work with a local brewery over there that are using hops, right? That's basically a bunch of terpenes to enhance it. We use it in our distillery, lavender, lemon, and some of those other things. So now that we're actually getting the extractions from the cannabinoids and from the plants, our cost of goods have come way down almost by 25 to 30%, because you use a little bit more and it goes way more. And that's one of the things that we're super happy about. And I'll tell you, you chefs, once they can figure that out and how to work with it, you'll be able to create beautiful flavors and save a lot of money, because we've been talking about sustainability this whole last 3 days. And just like anything else, if you can cost less, more volume, we're saving money, and then eventually we save the planet. So it's a good thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Anybody else have any other remarks to make? Do we have any questions?
On that note.
Actually, Wes, I had a comment about when you were talking about the CBD, Ethan. It's important that you know where your CBD is coming from. So, yes. In Florida, we have, gas stations selling CBD, and, it's, some of my patients will buy it there and they'll tell me, oh, I got a headache from it. And I'm like, you should not get a headache from CBD because your body makes it. It's called endocannabinoids. Your body has receptors for that, and your body makes it. And what we get from, be it hemp or marijuana, is called phytocannabinoids because we get it from a plant. So it's something that they mixed with the CBD is causing the headache. So CBD by itself should not cause a headache. Like I said, it's produced in your body. So always ask for a COA or a certificate of analysis, so you know exactly where the plant was grown and everything was hygienically prepared, the CBD. And my advice is to start low and go slow till you get the desired therapeutic effect.
We've even had in our own experience just through doing work, we've met some as you said earlier, some snake oil salesmen.
Yes.
Yeah, you have to be very careful.
That is actually very frustrating to us too, because it does, and there are thousands upon thousands of them out there that will just sell you crap. And it just perpetuates the stereotype that all CBD is snake oil, which is not true. But I mean, the amount of customers that I just have to, the amount of convincing it takes just to turn them over to try it, it's insane because of all these companies out here.
There's a question.
I think we have a question.
Yes. Question about the limitation for using it as a food ingredient. You said 360 degrees. Is that, you think that's a ceiling, or do you think that at some point we might get past that? The reason I'm asking is not just, we fry in 375 degree shortening, right? And so not only is it a temperature for us, but it's a violent process to go from room temperature to 375. Obviously we drop something into a pool of that liquid. And so it's not only heat, but it's also the speed at which you're requiring molecular adjustment, right? So a lot of things that can survive baking, because it's a much slower heating process, they can't survive frying, which is why, you know, a lot of the replacement things for sugars don't ever survive in a frying environment. They just can't at the molecular level. Heat is their nemesis, and it's the speed at which you're requiring that change. So is 360 kind of is that going to be the end all be all, or do you think you could push beyond it? And if you can get to 375, do you think it'll survive a rapid increase
in the temperature? So that is something that we will have to talk to the supplier about. And what he recommended is that it can be added to foods, especially when you fry. You can add the powder, the CBD that's in a powdered form, to the food itself. And you know, I'm not sure it's going to alter the taste a little bit, but I'm sure it probably will, because it's on the surface of the food. But I'm hoping that at some point they'll be able to let it withstand more than 360 degrees. So it should be okay with when you drop it into the fryer.
So let me just add to that. So the average CBD degrades around 200 degrees. So the one that we're talking about that was specially developed for our product goes to 360. So, but the average CBD, once it's put into the powder form or in the crystal, because of the extraction, so it's just like anything else, you know, not all alcohol is equal, not all donuts are equal, right? All sugars are equal. It's that extraction process, it's the methodology, how it's actually conformed. I will tell you, our scientists, and they're very good scientists, we're actively working on trying to get it to 400 degrees for two reasons. I mean, for one, frying is important, but then certain temperatures for when you're baking, it has to go, you know, north of 350 and stuff like that. And again, because of the variance of where the plant is grown and how it's extracted, it's very difficult. But what I will tell you, you know, we in 2 years, we were able to go from our first extraction was around 280. Then we got it to 310. And in the last batch we worked at, it was at 358 to be exact, right? So I'm hoping to be where it's a 400 so we can sell it to guys like you. Make a lot of profit.
Any other questions?
Reggie?
Thank you. What is the recommended amount? Like, I'm pretty experimental myself with things. What do you recommend someone consume per day?
Well, to a degree, it's body weight dependent. But to answer that question the best, I'd say I would agree with what you said. Start small and go up from there. So I would say a good starting point would be like 300 milligrams. 500 would probably be better, if I'm being honest with you.
What's that?
500. Well, 500 milligram CBD bottle. And again, this depends on what you're taking it for. Start off with like a 7 milligram dosage. I mean, what would you say? 7 milligrams? Do you think that's a good dosage?
No, hold on. So let me, I'll have you chime in, but here's the thing. You've got to get to stacking. So that stacking is, you said 150?
Yeah.
150 milligram, pick it up from there.
So what I recommend my patients to do is the ones that are very naive to taking CBD, I start them off with 25 milligrams a day. And then every couple of days, if they don't have any side effects, I will have them increase it by 25 milligrams until we get to 150.
And 25 milligrams is one drop?
No, it all depends on what,
The
like,
concentration.
like we
Depends
sell
on the tincture.
3,000 milligrams, which is a super concentrated piece. So one drop, 1 ml is 88 milligrams.
And sorry to interrupt. Is there such thing as overdosing on CBD? And what?
Nobody's ever like died from it or gotten. I mean, if you take too much of it, the worst that would happen is you're just gonna feel very, very, very relaxed.
You might sleep for 2 days, but
and you might have a better.
Yeah, you probably from a scientific
I'm sure
point
you
of
have
view.
a better answer to that.
Yeah,
than we do,
so
but-
no one has really overdosed from CBD, and I mean they've taken too much marijuana with the THC, and all they do is they eat, they laugh, and they fall asleep. So, and they drive really slow.
That I have experienced.
But there's just a clarity, since we're talking about CBD, there's full spectrum, there's broad spectrum, okay, and then there's just plain CBD. Plain CBD is just the isolation of the CBD itself, right? The full spectrum, there is a chance you will get THC in it, because it's being from the full portion of the plant. Broad spectrum, they make sure that there's no THC in that component. Even with the full spectrum, it's usually about 3% of THC, so it's not really overly aggressive. So you may feel a little more relaxed. You may have a little bit of psychotropic effect, but you've got to figure where you're going with it. So if you're looking for phytocannabinoids for health, you probably want to go with a broad spectrum. If you're looking for a little bit of relaxation with health, then you go with a full spectrum.
Thank you.
But you have to remember that CBD and THC work synergistically, so they work best when they're together. So a little bit of THC is very good for the CBD.
Yeah, it's called the synergizer.
Yes.
Anybody else? I think that's about it.
All righty.
All
That's
right.
a wrap.
Cool. Thank you guys. Thank you
you
for
so
sticking
much.
around till the
Appreciate
end.
it.
Yeah.
Don't you need that, or is that for her? You give it to her. Don't worry, we're okay. Don't worry. It's only a light. Yeah, it's all right. It's happened to us before many times. Better a light than a person. Folks, we're going to get started with the award ceremony in just a moment.
Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing those ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, now please join us in honoring the efforts of individuals and organizations that have improved the lives of millions by contributing to the food and beverage industry. I would like to invite Mr. Don Ruttenberg to the stage. He's an extended advisory board member. He's going to be presenting the awards to our winners today. And award winners, we do have a microphone here center stage for you. If you'd like to introduce yourself to the audience, we would love that. And our first award winner is Dennis Neville. Dennis Neville. Luis Tang. Luis Tang. Omar Pereni. Omar Pereni for Top 100 Food and Beverage Leader.
I just want to thank everyone for making the world a more delicious and prosperous place. Thank you for coming.
Great job.
Our next award is for Ronald Rossetti. Ronald Rossetti.
First, I want to say happy birthday to my daughter Macy today. Unfortunately, we couldn't be with her today, so I just want to give her a shout out. I want to say thank you to everybody who came and had kind words to say to me about my presentation and enjoyed what everybody else had to say. Thank you.
Congrats. Here you go.
Ethan Dillon. Ethan Dillon.
All right, well, first of all, I'd just like to thank all the people at GSAF for giving us this opportunity. We've had a great time while we're here, tons of great networking experiences. And I'd like to thank my two other business partners, Wes and Kyle. Without you guys, I'd probably be living in my mom's basement still. All right.
Congrats. Here you go. Good job.
Our next top 100 food and beverage leader is Wes Control. Wes Control, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you for everybody that stuck around, and thank you for everybody that I wish was here and could hear this right now. Thank you for having us here. It was a great event. It was our first one ever. We started our company during coronavirus, so this is a very cool thing. It feels like we're finally back at it. So thank you again.
This next set of award winners are going to be joining us via video. They were unable to make it today. Stephanie Steelhope. Stephanie Steelhope.
I would like to thank GSAF for your kind recognition. Now is the time for food and beverage professionals to collaborate and join together to build sustainable food systems. Not only leveraging technology, but human innovation. It's an honor to be a part of this esteemed awardee group, and for that, I sincerely thank you.
Our next award winner is Eduardo Marcharello.
Hey guys, it's Edo. I've been working really hard on Pig Pod Creation. I believe that food should be accessible to everybody, and so I put food inside of a vacuum sealed bag. Slowly cooked for hours, preserves all the juices and natural flavors without preservatives. And I think Pig Pocket's fun, I think it's passionate, and I think it's what the world needs now. What I need right now is some funding to bring the project back to the US. Here I built stronger shoulders for the lab and the team. So I just need you right now.
Our next award winner is Paul Lanzenbergen.
Good afternoon from Ottawa, Canada, and sorry I couldn't be there with you in person. I'm humbled to receive this award and would like to thank the selection committee. I'd also like to thank our members and staff because the accomplishments are the results of teamwork and collaboration, not the efforts of one individual. And in Canada, I think we should be loud and proud about our sustainability performance with our fishery sector. I want to give you one message for today. Only 3% of the world's food is produced from the oceans, yet 71% of the earth is covered by water. We can sustainably produce much, much more. I would encourage all countries to do better in sustainably managing their fish resources. And as consumers, I would encourage you to choose wisely. Look for products from responsible jurisdictions. Look for products that are certified as sustainable. And don't forget to choose and eat fish and seafood as part of a healthy diet and lifestyle. Thanks again for the award, and safe travels back to wherever you are going later today. Thank you.
Our next winner is Jonathan Bonan.
On behalf of my wife and partner, I'd like to thank you for this award. Well, although this is not the real award, I understand it's in the bill. But we're so very blessed, humbled, and privileged to be recognized with all of you fantastic people. And so what better way to make the world a little bit better place than with food, right? So with that, do you have anything else to say?
Check us out at the Lunch Mob.
Check us out at the Lunch Mob, okay. Well, check us out at the Lunch Mob, and again, thank you very much. Bye.
Our next winner is Nafsika Antipas. All right, and that that concludes all of our award winners. Congratulations to everyone. And with this, we come to an end of GSAF 2021. I hope you guys all had a great time at the event this year. Congratulations again to all of our award winners, and we hope to see you next year.